Roll call, please.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Councilmember Renagi,
Here.
Councilmember Kemp. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Here. Mayor Orgill.
Here. Okay, Councilmember Whalen, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and join me in the pledge. Put your hand over your heart.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Do we have any closed session announcements, Madam Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of the closed session, and there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Any additions or deletions?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on to some presentations. The City of Laguna Beach is proud to recognize and celebrate full-time employees who have reached a milestone years of service and employment with the city during the first quarter of 2026 calendar year. I'm going to go down to the podium and I'll call all of your names and you can come up. I'll announce the names and then you can come up here and then we'll go up to the dais for a photograph. Sarah Lamonis, Emergency Operations Coordinator, 1 year of service. Congratulations. Brandon McLaughlin, Park Ranger, 1 year of service. Samantha Byer, Planning Manager, 1 year of service. Sammy Montello, Associated Planner, 1 year of service. Sorry for the last name. Bill Rodriguez, Planning Manager, 1 year of service. Daniel Latham, Associate Planner, 5 years of service. Nicole Bovey, Building Inspector, 5 years of service. Thank you. Jacob Stranges, Police Officer, 5 years of service. Congratulations. Matthew Barker, City Arborist, 5 years of service. Elias Carrera Campos, Equipment Operator, 10 years of service. Thank you so much. So prior to opening it up for public comment, I am going to let everybody know that I'm going to be addressing Appeal A, item 15 and item 16 prior to addressing the consent calendar. So I will open up for public comments. Are there any public comments on items not on the agenda?
Good evening, council members and Mayor Orgel. Thank you for being here and all your volunteerism. I wanted, oh, are my slides here? Oh, are there, this is Michelle Heiberg. I had some slides. I'm a 36-year resident and I wanted to announce this evening that Just Gather, which is the first digital detox nonprofit in the world based in Laguna Beach, is collaborating with Orange County Mountain Bike Authority. And we are creating with them Zen spaces that are adjacent to pump tracks that are going to be the hearts of the community so that we can have outdoor play with our children off of phones and families. And we're super excited about this. And I made a slide for it, but I don't think it made it. I'd also like to invite the entire community again. Oh, there it is. So just wanted to announce this official collaboration that we have begun, and we are working in other communities. And we hope that we might one day have a Zen zone here in Laguna Beach as well, where we have an area that's like a non-smoking zone, but without cell phones for community wellness. And I wanted to invite everyone to our event on May 8th, which is next Friday. And I wanted to especially recognize our guest of honor this evening. He's the result of an incredible school system that we have here. And he is a regenerative farmer at the age of 19. I met him barefoot hiking, and he is going to be singing an original song related to nature, the arts, and gratitude for mental health. And we're so honored to have Rain and Seek with us on Friday, May 8th. Even if you can just cameo, he'll be speaking around 7:15 and performing an original song on guitar related again to nature for inner peace. And I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that and that you're invited. It's at Gallery Rue Toulouse from 6 to 9 p.m. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude for all the recent activism I've had the privilege of witnessing. I actually met David Browning, the president of the Orange County Mountain Bike Authority, at a somewhat contentious meeting regarding the pump track. And from that, a beautiful collaboration evolved. And I want to say thank you for all the activism that's in this room too, because it's how we get to know each other. And a special thanks to Fuel, School Power, and all the Laguna Beach teachers and staff who are doing such a beautiful job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Joy Berry, but I'm here on behalf of Merrill Anderson, and he asked me to read a brief statement. He said many residents have recently been shocked by the permanent demolition of Lower Forest Avenue, leading to demonstrations covered by CBS TV News. The unexpected removal of iconic trees was for
This
many,
is-
like rubbing salt in the wounds.
Joy,
But
this is on.
I know,
15.
but I want to say that it's really has something to set the tone of the night that I just like to say real quickly that we realize that David Kiff has been put in a tough position carrying out an unpopular project in a time of budget deficits, but he's proven to be an effective leader driven by a true love for Laguna. And it's time for City Council to hopefully rein in some of the projects and let Dave work in spirit of fiscal responsibility. I just want to say for myself, I think there's going to be anger tonight. And I hope that the anger is directed towards an issues and not individuals. And I just want to commend Dave Kiff and you, Mayor, for reaching out for the videos and the explanation. It was a tough subject to cover, and I'm grateful and thank you. And I hope the anger is about losing our trees and not any one individual. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council. I'm Jacob Cherub. I've been here a number of times about the promenade, so-called. I'm in my 36th year living in Laguna Beach. And one of the many reasons that I moved down here from the big city, LA, 3.5 decades ago, is because I felt that we had a government populated by people who listened to the citizens and acted accordingly. I'm going to be honest. I've known many of you for many years, and I'm going to be honest. It's very upsetting. And I'm going to say some things now which are very pointed. The disaster that has occurred a couple of blocks from here is of your own making.
Jacob, this is on the agenda, item
What is on the
15.
agenda?
The issue that you're discussing. Right now, this is public comments for non-agenda
I
items.
understand. Which agenda item?
The tree removal's on item 15.
When did that come in? Well, let me just say, I looked at the agenda, I didn't see it. These are new glasses. Well, when that item comes up, number 15?
Yeah, and it'll come up shortly. I'm going to bring it up to the top, so it'll
Okay.
come up shortly.
I'll wait until then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Kathy Yerka. I just wanted to say two quick things. One is I wanted to thank Sue Kempf because as I was driving on Coast Highway, I saw her crossing the highway from West Street Beach with one of those grabbers and a big bag of trash. And you said you do that. And somehow there was something about seeing you actually with the bag that really brought it home to me. And I'm very grateful. That's really cool. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and I should have brought it up earlier, is I'm hoping that when we revise some of the design guidelines, that one thing that you'll consider is adding a requirement for bird-safe glass for new installation of windows. As you may know, hundreds of millions of birds die every year because they crash into glass that they can't see. It is actually when projects go to the Coastal Commission, they have a bird-safe glass requirement. And I'm just so grateful for all of Laguna's environmental stewardship. And so I would like to see that included. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Mike Ruff. I'm a citizen of Orange County. I'm here to encourage you to rescind load data permission and table the OCPA plans. OCA prices are 12% to 16% to 30% greater than SCE's for their 3 plans respectively. OCPA is in financial duress. Emissions increase yearly. Prior to 2026, OCPA indexed its rates to SCE and offered a tiny discount of 3% for one plan. 2 plans cost more than SCE. OCPA burned up $45 million in reserves in 2025-26. 1/2 of its total reserves. OCPA could not compete with SCE on prices. SCE and OCPA must comply with the California Renewables Portfolio Standard. 60% renewable by 2030, 90% clean energy renewable and zero carbon resources by 2035. On 1st of January this year, OCPA raised its prices for their 3 plans to more than SCE. The average residential bill for OCPA's cheapest plan is $25 greater than SCE. OCPA projects a $4 million loss for June. For 2027, OCPA will charge according to cost of service. Bloated costs will include building back 45 million in lost reserves and higher. See the handout that I asked to be given. OCPA emissions have increased every year. OCPA's misleading 100% renewables relies on RECs and renewable energy certificates and fossil fuels. Recent OCPA docs indicate only half of OCPA's power supply is renewable. 1/2 of its renewables portfolio is purchased from SCE. I encourage you to table consideration of OCPA, rescind local data permission, wait until OCPA reduces its pricing and emissions, and to protect your ratepayers. Don't use your money to pay OCPA. Buy trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Johnson. There are many risks to joining the Orange County Power Authority, which involves switching all of Laguna Beach, SCE, and San Diego Gas and Electric customers to OCPA. That could be a $20 million per year transfer. Now, on May 14th, the City Council voted to give the OCPA the load data for Laguna Beach. Did you each review the NDA and see how much valuable and private data you are giving to OCPA about your residents and businesses? Customer name, address, email address, phone number, monthly electricity usage, care participation. This indicates whether you're low income. Medical baseline. This indicates if you have medical problems. From this, OCPA's own long-term consultant, Pacific Energy Advisors, that they pay $600,000 a year to. From this data that you've given them, they will produce a feasibility report. That's a conflict of interest. They're a consultant writing the feasibility report. Now, the Environmental Sustainability Group said that they need this data to determine prices, but OCPA is a sort of dumpster fire right now. There is no way they're going to predict and promise specific rates 2 years from now. They're changing their whole rate strategy because they've lost $45 million in the past 2 years. Now, there was talk about, well, we'll talk to Fountain Valley. They just joined OCPA. Fountain Valley was marketed this 3% discount, and that was the reason Fountain Valley joined OCPA in November 2024. Now, after OCPA announced on January 1st, 2026, their rates are suddenly 12, 16, 30% higher than SCE, Fountain Valley postponed joining OCPA from the projected October 26th to April 2027. OCPA didn't warn Fountain Valley or Irvine or the other OCPA cities that the rates would explode on January 1st, 2026. Now, the last City Council, an Ayn Creation spoke without disclosing her organization. It's called the Climate Action Campaign, and they've received at least $50,000 from OCPA. She didn't tell you that. Beware of the Climate Action Campaign, their misleading statements, and their lawsuits. And Jackie Henderson, last City Council meeting, said that OCPA will support the report that you are writing. Well, of course, OCPA would be glad to help you write that report. Long Beach and the Environmental Sustainability Group needs to listen to knowledgeable critics and avoid a risky and very costly entanglement with OCPA that your residents will regret. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Pat Minna. I want to start and say thank you, Mark Orgill. Thank you, Dave Kiff. This morning, I was mired in a 2-hour episode of our beautiful scenic highway corridor, very south end of town. The new owner decided he wanted a privacy hedge, and his landscape crew was installing 36 2-foot box ficus trees, 12 feet tall, in the view corridor. So I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated because my city is falling apart. I don't want to have to watch. I don't want to have to watch everything. Saturday, I get the lovely postcard in the mail about the meters on PCH. I'm blessed that I've lived in my residence 30 years. I have 100 lineal feet of frontage along 10th Avenue. Yesterday, Monday, I met with Alyssa Suarez, the lead from planning. Tomorrow, I will be at Public Works. This is so wrong. You're going to now change the 8 public spaces, 150 feet from the highway, into 5-hour beach parking for thousands? We are 75 cars, 75 spaces underparked, 10th Avenue South. My husband, a professional expert on land planning and design. Yesterday, we did the count from 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue. The city must stop this nonsense. You've got to be proactive, and you've got to get these departments zeroed in. How much wasted effort has already gone down this chute without the knowledge? We have appeared so many times in front of DRB where parking is disregarded. There are so many areas that is city-owned property that could eke out 2 parking spaces, 2 parking spaces, 2 parking spaces. We have intimate knowledge, and you keep missing the boat. Honest to God, you guys. Now, May 13th, in 2 weeks, we have filed the appeal about the huge monstrosity oceanfront, a 10,000 square foot program on the oceanfront that got passed in session 1 of DR in a cottage neighborhood. I can't sit aside and let my city go down the tubes. Please be proactive.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for all your hard work, and I don't know how you do it. My name is Edward Beck. I'm a old resident of Laguna Beach, 36 years, and I sent you an email, which is item 15. We'll talk about it. But I had a second item I wanted to address regarding back office operations of the city. It's just a quick handout for each of the city council, one for Dave Kiff, make sure Megan gets one. It's just in regards to, I'm in a problematic situation regarding the old trespassing issue that I had many years ago before a federal judge meeting, presently involved in 4 federal courts. You will notice the city council meeting on the first page, November 21st, 2023. Within 10 hours of that city council meeting, I received a phone call from 2 of my attorneys stating, Edward, a judge just resigned and another judge has dementia. He resigned and replaced. The issue is when you look at the front page and then the second page, the middle of the second page, there's a problem, and it relates back to the back office operations of the city regarding police reports, deleting trespasser names. And I think, the operations, back office operations of the city should be looked at. I recommended 2 months ago that you hire an outside agency, example, the FBI, to why a police report gets deleted. And I can give you an example of a DUI being deleted and the person wasn't charged because of a phone call. So here I am in 3 federal courts. This is problematic, and there's backup pages. And I'm a very laid back, kind-hearted person and very respectful, not just to judges, but also to everyone. So I'm pointing out, I'm trying to help the city, and I made a recommendation in November. And I thanked the city clerk she had to correct something, but I'm only here to make a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob, are you going to take a second bite of the apple?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a different topic?
Yes.
Okay.
I think others will speak eloquently about the, I won't even call them anything, but the 9 things that were chopped down. But what I was getting at, it's just emblematic. The effort to create that zone, that promenade zone, has been fraught with citizen denial. That is, that the council has denied citizens' input. And there are other things that have come before the council and things that are coming before the council that seem to run counter to citizens' needs, desires, and wants. You know, we've got a promenade down there, so-called. What is the purpose of that? I'm asking that not as a rhetorical question. Because is it for walking? Well, we've got a fantastic boardwalk about 100 yards away. Where,
Jake, we're deviating into,
no, I'm not talking about the trees.
okay.
I'm talking about the promenade,
Okay.
not the trees.
Okay, but I can't answer your questions now, but we can listen to your
Thank you.
commentary.
The shopping, the entire downtown area is open for shopping. My question is, and I mean this sincerely, what is your North Star when it comes to issues like that? Because I've been to the workshops. I've attended the council meetings, especially the first council that came up with a concept that said, do a promenade without removing curbs and gutters. And that came to the workshops and so on. That's completely ignored. And there's no explanation for that. So we've got Heisler Park, we've got the boardwalk, all fantastic parts of our town to walk and enjoy the nature of our town. I'm going to suggest there's going to be one benefit. The people that benefit from that promenade are going to be the ones that are going to have more tables and chairs. And it's going to make a food court, as a previous council member has said. And let me just say, watch for the unintended consequences for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. No, excuse me, we don't clap, we just wave our hands. Thank you. And our Mayor Pro Tem kindly reminded me of that.
Doug Vogel, just kind of want you guys to look around. I'm not going to talk about the tree issue, but you have a lot of people here and they don't feel they're heard. And today they're here to be heard. So hope you give them their time, talk about whatever issues it is. Obviously, a lot of people here on the trees. And whether it's our time to talk up here or we submit visuals that don't get actually put on the screen, a lot of us don't feel heard. So I am glad to see so many here and commend them on being here to speak about various issues. So thank you.
Thank you. No clapping, waving hands. Next speaker, please. Doug. Okay. No other speakers?
Ruben Flores, owner of Laguna Nursery, longtime resident of Laguna Beach. I was able to go to the Festival of the Arts for a great event honoring people that have really contributed to the arts community. And the quilters were given an award in recognition of all that they do and the donations that they did to two great organizations of this town, LCAD and the Art Museum. And then, and it was a beautiful, great event of locals. And then there was the rally that the Osbornes put together on Saturday, and there was quite a few people out there. My point is that we've got some really incredible residents in this town. And a little bit on what was just said is we aren't feeling like we're being heard. I was delivering a pot to a client, and the pot was in the back of my truck. It broke loose from its tie down, smashed into the window, and there went my back window of my truck. Now I have the little sticker for parking. But you know my fear is they won't care. The city won't care. It's no longer resident friendly. It's something else. And so I'm racing to get here knowing that I parked in a metered space and thinking that I should have put a little sticker or something on there, but I didn't have time to get here on time. I'm about to put up some little flags at my nursery for Cinco de Mayo, and I'm recalling that last year when I put them up, I put them around the tree that was a city tree and then back to the building, and I got a phone call from the city, take that off our tree. And let's try and get our city back to friendliness and serving the community, both the merchants and the residents. That's what I think we need to get to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great shirt, Ruben.
Thank you.
Other speakers? None. I will close public comments. As mentioned before, I'm going to move things around a bit, so I'm going to start with Appeal A. Is the appellant here for Appeal A? I think that might be him coming in.
Just so the audience members know, this has been moved up because it's been resolved, and that's what we expect to hear from the appellants and the applicant.
Hello,
to
Molly.
Discharge this quickly.
Hi, Molly
Hi.
Zerflu. Thank you guys so much for hearing us early. I appreciate it. We did reach a resolution, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you for the applicants for working with us to come up with something that everyone could agree on. And thank you, Anne Marie, for the revised resolution. So
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on working it out.
Thank
Are there
you.
any public comments on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Orgill and council members. Thank you for moving us up in the schedule. And this is one deal that we're going to keep.
Good.
Sorry about that. last time.
Congratulations.
So I do represent the applicant, and we do have a deal in place. Thank
Great.
you.
Other speakers on this item? None? I'll bring it back to council. Did you have something to say?
No, so what do we do? Move the,
Mayor and council members, for your reference, or as referenced by the appellant, there's an updated resolution on the dais that was also updated to the website, and copies are available on the table next to the clerk. And with that, I think we've opened and closed the public hearing now. So if you want to, the motion would be to adopt the updated or revised resolution that facilitates the withdrawal of the appeal and a more restrictive condition that the two parties agreed to, which is reflected there.
so moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay, then I will move on to item number 16. No, 16 first. Yeah. So this is a continuance of a public hearing for adoption of the master fee schedule. So would you like me to open public comment on this as well?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we could
Okay.
take public comment on the continuance.
So do we have any public comment on this issue, on this item? Number 16, continuance of public hearing for adoption of the master fee schedule. It's a continuance.
There's a continuance. These are the fees that were brought up. Do we have a date to where it's continued?
May 12th.
May 12th, yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Any other speakers? None? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Do we need a motion on this?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do I have a motion to move the meeting to May 12th?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Mm.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 15. And this is the removal of 9 trees on the promenade.
Can we just do the consent, like pull the items, then we can approve the ones that?
No,
Okay.
this is what we've decided we're going to do.
Okay.
So we have a staff presentation.
We
on-
do. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members and members of the public. We do have a presentation that we're going to give. I put this on the agenda after last week because I felt we all needed to discuss this a bit more and at least understand in large part why we at the city team did what we did. So here's what we'll cover. What happened and when, our steps since the tree fell on March 22nd, 21st, 22nd, and what's next. We'll talk about the promenade plan as amended and then finish with some questions that I believe we should answer to all of you. So in the initial plan, 5 trees were removed because they were unstable, but there wasn't an intention to remove any more than 5. And then the curbs and gutters were removed in advance of the hardscape work. And these curbs and gutters were adjacent to several trees. And we set up tree preservation zones around all the remaining trees in the project area. So this is what the tree preservation zones look like. Next slide, please. And this is what they look like in practice. And what it meant was you could only go back there and do handwork. So next slide, please. So I was going to Heisler Park that morning. It was a Sunday morning, March 22nd, and sometime during that night, as I was driving by in the morning, I noticed that there was a tree that had fallen. It fell, again, overnight within a tree protection zone. There was no known outside cause. We didn't see high winds or gusts or whether or not someone pushed that tree. Thankfully, no one was present, so no one was hurt, and the tree fell into the project area, and that was important too, that it didn't fall across the back fence. Next slide, please. This is what it looked like. So this is one shot. This is another shot. You see it fell close to and hit the heavy equipment. We were noticing too just the commonality of when trees fall, but let's keep going. So here's what we did after that. Everything okay over there? All right. We had been working with our consulting arborists on the project itself, and that they're with this is a person with a firm known as Dudek, who has been working since day one on the project. And we had her observe why the tree failed. She found a lack of a suitable root structure, a buried root collar, fungus and dead roots, and then root damage in the tree from an older sidewalk repair job that predated the promenade. So after that, we were obviously concerned. So we directed the arborist to review 11 other trees that were similarly situated. So in other words, they also had the curbs and gutters removed. And we asked her to work with an air spading activity, and we'll show you what that looks like. And we also sent the soil out for a soils analysis. Next slide, please. So again, the other 11 eucalyptus that we looked at, almost all were similarly situated to the one that fell, except for the Tuvalu home tree. Again, curb and gutter removed on one side, similar age and size to the tree that fell, except one younger one. So the arborist went ahead and examined all 11 other eucalyptus after air spading the roots. Next slide, please. So what is air spading? It's where you use pressurized air to expose the roots without harming the roots, as would be done with physical digging. And you could see this gentleman is doing air spading around one of the trees there. And we'll have other pictures where it shows what it looks like afterward. Next slide, please. So what did the Dudek arborist find? After this, she found this across 9 of the 11 trees. She found similar problems to the tree that fell, poor roots and poor root structure. We found old root guards 24-inch deep and 2 tight around the root collar. And these are root guards, I'll show you a picture of it, that started being used, as far as we can tell, the mid to late 1970s and were prevalent into the 90s. They're not used anymore. We also saw buried root collars. In other words, where the trunk of the tree meets the roots. Those were buried through successive projects along lower forest. And we also found buried sidewalk that also impacted roots. Next slide, please. This is an example of where the root guards were, the root barrier was girdling the tree root. Next slide. This is an example of where you had the smaller roots between the old and the new sidewalk. Next slide. The other tree, which was not similarly situated, but we felt like we needed to look at it, again, we air spaded that tree. We found a lack of root structure, oddly and worrisome enough, counter to the leaning side of the tree. Folks will remember that tree leaned towards Glen Eyrie, and there were no significant roots on the side that would have protected that from falling. No roots over 2 inches were seen. There were ficus roots girdling the tree, and then the tree was growing over or on top of a large cement pad or block. I'll show you a picture of that next. Next slide. So of the 11 eucalyptus studied, the arborist number 1 concluded that 9 should be removed, that 2 could remain and be monitored. In the meantime, the city attorney's office was reviewing a recent SEPA action. And I'll tell you what SEPA is. That's the Joint Powers Agency that we're a member of with 13 other cities. There's 14 of us. And we collectively fund each other's insurance costs so to make sure they're low enough for each of us to purchase on our own. And SEPA had a recent action regarding a city in LA County and their trees. Next slide, please. So we brought on arborist number 2. We asked arborist number 2 to review the DUDEC reports and other related documents that, associated with the project. We asked her to conduct a level 2 assessment of the subject trees and others. She did this on April 15th and 16th. And she found that the DUDEC findings and recommendations were sound and reasonable. And that she recommended that 9 trees still should be recommended for removal, that 8 others should be preserved and monitored, including 2 of the ukes in the central promenade, the same as DUDEC, and then the 2 ficus at the edges, and then, of course, the exterior ficus outside of the promenade. Next slide. I'm going to ask Megan to talk about kind of what now, knowing that we had 2 arborist reports that said 9 of the trees had to remove, what that meant.
As the city manager has talked about, the city over the few weeks prior had accumulated substantial evidence that these particular trees lack significant root structure and stabilization that resulted in their recommendation for removal. Under California law, someone can make a claim and then sue a city when they are harmed for what is called a dangerous condition of public property, which is effectively what the name indicates, public property that is maintained in a dangerous condition. When the city has knowledge or should have had knowledge of the dangerous condition and failed to mitigate against that risk or harm, the city can have liability. What's important to understand here is that this wasn't about the risk of any tree failing in the city, which we cannot realistically guard against that possibility without more specific inquiry and evidence. The risk analysis was for these particular trees failing when the city had substantial evidence that such a risk was possible and had arborists recommending their removal because of those conditions. And in this case, when the second arborist confirmed the recommendation for removal due to the tree's conditions and lacking root structure, the city was in the position of knowing the condition was dangerous, but not knowing precisely how or when the trees could fail or the conditions in which that could happen. But we could not assume that another tree failure would happen as the prior tree had failed. That is in the middle of the night when no one was working, with no pedestrians on the sidewalk and all the businesses closed. In other words, the information the city had from a risk and liability standpoint made it such that this particular set of circumstances was not necessarily a close call. When one of these trees were to fail and fall over and hit someone or something, it would have been a matter of how much the city would pay, not whether the city had liability. Next slide, please. As part of our risk evaluation for these specific trees, we also inquired of our insurer, SEPA, who Dave just talked about, whether they would cover any claims or lawsuits in the event there was harm caused by one. And this is a quote from the general manager of our insurer, SEPA, and it's reflected over the next two slides. What this explains is that even with the first arborist report, there was notice of a dangerous condition to the city. But that between a similarly situated tree failing and two arborist reports, the damages value for any claim would have been dramatically higher because of all the evidence the city had indicating the need for removal. Next slide, please. The general manager went on to note that under its insurance policy, the city was expected to mitigate their known risks, and our insurance policy excludes claims that are expected, such as damages from trees failing where the city had notice of those trees' dangerous conditions. Next slide, please. So what would have happened if our insurance excluded the claims any claim related to the trees? The excluded claims means the city does effectively not have insurance to cover those claims. And so the city is alone responsible for the financial effect. And what could have been the city's exposure for such a claim, as Dave indicated previously, in our insurance pool, there had been a recent incident with a tree in LA County where a tree fell over and killed the mother of a bride when they were taking post-wedding photos in a city park. In that case, there was evidence that the city should have known the risk. Here, we actually have arborist reports establishing our actual knowledge of the risk. That claim settled for $28 million. And so when we were doing our risk evaluation, that was an important factor. A significantly important factor for us was that we were being warned that by our insurer that we may not have insurance coverage. And we, with actual knowledge, knew of a recent claim settling for $28 million.
Thank you, Megan. I'm going to talk about what's next now. Next slide, please. So after these removals, we had to look at the plan again and try to say, our goal has always been to have more trees than we started. So when we started, we have 24 trees. That's the middle column existing prior to project. And then the initial plan, we had 5 that would be removed and then the one that failed. And we were going to preserve 18 trees and add 12 for a total of 18 plus 12 or 30 new trees, 30 total trees. Following the arborist reports and the removals, we had 16 that were removed. That changed our calculus. So 8 would be preserved and still will be preserved, and 25 new trees will be added, making 33 total trees when the promenade is done. Next slide, please. So this is a plan. I believe it's up on our website by now. SWA revised it just the last couple of days after the trees were removed. And you could see the different species. There's 2 species, Eucalyptus polyanthemus, and we have various sizes. I'm going to show a picture of the larger 48 boxes. And then Quercus virginiana, that's a southern live oak. And you see those are 120-inch boxes. Those are 10-foot boxes, and they're 28 feet they're up to 28 feet tall right now. So we'll have 4 of those, 10 of the Eucalyptus polyanthemus in 48-inch box, and then about 6 that are more of the 24-inch box side, and then 5 more that are 15 gallons. And again, those smaller ones are because we didn't know these were coming out. Next slide, please. So this is, again, a summary. 26, there'll be 27 Eucalyptus polyanthemus, the 4 Quercus virginiana. These are all new. And then the 2 Ficus rubica, I'm going to butcher the last name. The 2 Ficus at the Coast Highway side would, of course, remain. Next slide. So this is what the southern live oak looks like, and this is one of ours. It's coming soon. It's 22 to 26 feet tall. Again, it's an 120-inch box. It's a 10-foot box. There are 4 in the new plan. And it's supposed to do, it's a species that's supposed to do better with the saline soil, which is another thing we found during our soils test. Next slide, please. These are the 48-inch box that are waiting for us. We've been growing them for almost a year. They're in Fillmore, and they'll be delivered shortly as well. Next slide, please. I want to talk about the planning process for replacing these trees. The promenade received design review and a coastal development permit for the permitted improvements, and this was done by the Planning Commission about a year ago. It did have a condition on it that authorized the community development director to modify plans if the project became infeasible to complete. And that citation is noted there. So accordingly, the community development director will administratively consider the replacement tree plan that we just showed you, prepared by SWA for the permitted improvements on the promenade. Next slide, please. We're going to talk next about what will be different about the new plantings. Among other things, there won't be over sidewalks or known cement. There will be irrigation to each tree. There'll be completely different root barriers. They'll be further away, and we'll show you what that looks like in just a moment. Many will be set in tree grates, which allows more water, more air, and no root collar burying. They will all be maintained for at least 3 years under the contract with the nursery that the contractor and the nursery that provided them. And then there'll be silvacells in the promenade substructure. And we want to spend a little bit of time looking at what those are because I think they're very helpful. I'm going to ask Tom Perez, the city engineer, to take the next couple of slides and we'll talk about that.
Thank you, Dave. So in front of us here, we're looking at the tree planting detail for the large oak trees, the specimen trees. So we wanted to point out these, given the large size, we're not proposing to place tree grates around these. They'll have a 10-foot by 10-foot area with a DG. And also, as seen here, we'll have the root monitoring tubes and new topsoil brought into the mix. And really the intent here is to give the tree room to grow, give the roots a chance to really root and be monitored and watched over time. When these trees are first planted, that 10-foot by 10-foot DG area will be roped off to prevent pedestrian traffic over the area. So we'll keep that up until such time that we've deemed the tree to be rooted, and then we could remove that and regain some of that space under the tree for recreation activities there. Next slide. So as mentioned, we will be planting 15-gallon, 24-inch box and 48-inch box trees. And so this is the detail. Again, we will be installing new tree grates in these areas. As mentioned, the detail shows we'll have 6 inches from the surface of the tree grate to that crown of the tree, and that's going to allow that tree to have some room to get air and grow and really to establish and root within the area. Next slide. So this is a brief video showing a little bit about silvacells.
We want to rethink trees in cities by making them a functional part of our urban infrastructure. It all starts with soil. Trees growing in forests have access to large amounts of lightly compacted soil. All this soil enables them to grow and live for decades. But in cities, engineering requirements for things like buildings and roads result in heavy soil compaction. Roots can't access adequate air and water under these conditions. And without access to air and water, trees don't survive for long. Deeproot designs solutions that provide trees with this most basic resource and enable them to grow to maturity, thereby providing long-term ecological value and economic benefits. The Silvacell is a flexible and modular soil containment system. It works like a suspended pavement by transferring above-ground loads down to a compacted subbase, while the interior of the system is filled with a lightly compacted loam or bioretention soil. All that lightly compacted soil is available for root growth. The trees and the soil they grow in also act as a powerful on-site stormwater management system, absorbing and intercepting significant amounts of water and creating what is essentially an underground rain garden. The system is designed to manage rain events of up to 2 inches or 5 centimeters to meet local stormwater ordinances and government regulations. Trees are unique in their capacity to appreciate in value and function over time. As they grow and mature, they become an increasingly powerful form of green infrastructure and provide exponentially greater environmental benefits. It's said that trees are the lungs of a city. More than that, they are a critical tool for making cities healthy, successful, and ecologically vital places to live. We want to
So as discussed in the video, our civil engineer, Somas, worked directly with DeepRoot to design this system. And what we see in the screen here is one of the large areas where the silvocells have been installed. So as discussed, it's placed on a rock base. So we have that sturdiness to support the loading above. We have then the plastic, and what's not shown in this picture is the infill with the topsoil, and we had that topsoil specially selected for tree health. So that was reviewed by our landscape architects and arborists to ensure that we're putting in the proper soil. This will also be used and tied into our drainage system to provide additional sub-drainage and water quality improvements for the project. But this, again, is one of the examples of things that are being installed to improve tree health and plant growth in the area.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to show you that some updated renderings. This is a view of some of the dining area. This is as planted on day one. So hopefully within a couple months, this is the first thing that you'd see. Next slide. This is after 5 years. So you can see the eucalyptus at age 2. And you can see the quercus is the tree in the middle. Next slide. This is back again at planted day 1. This is, I think, from like in front of Tuvalu. Planted day 1, next slide. This is the 5-year look. Next slide. This is from Coast Highway. This is the planted day 1 look. Next slide. And at 5 years. Next slide, please. That's okay. So another view. Planted day 1, next slide, and at 5 years. Okay, so a lot of good questions have come my way. I'm going to try to answer the toughest ones I've gotten. Next slide, please. So did the project cause the removals? And Tom and I are going to answer this one. I think it's a good question because, you know, would the trees have been removed without the project? So Tom, you want to take this one, then I'll take the rest of them. I'm not taking all the tough ones.
Sure. So the project as originally contemplated with design review approval and also through the final design of the project, the intent was to retain the trees. We were adhering strictly to the tree preservation guidelines put out by the city. Those were incorporated into the plan set. So the intent of the project was to maintain the trees. Now, as construction proceeded, we had the arborist monitoring work within the tree protection zones. But with the tree failing, we took extra steps to really investigate the additional trees. So the project in of itself did not cause the removals, but because we were working in the area digging, we did discover the issues with the trees, and that's when we then took the actions.
So as noted, yeah, the trees might still be there without the project, but their problems would have been there too. They just would have been undiscovered. And just so the community is aware, this doesn't mean we're going to go around looking for problems. looking for concrete elsewhere to pull that up. But I firmly believe that our whole community, all of us, need to have a thoughtful conversation about how to foster a healthier environment for our tree canopy, young and old. This was really problematic, what we discovered, and problematically as to the action we took. And this is something we need to keep talking about. Next slide, please. Why move so fast? So we did need to move expeditiously. Once the second arborist report was in our hands, we got a verbal sense on Friday as to what would look like before the Monday of what she would report back. And as Megan noted, our safety and liability concerns are off the charts at that point. We were on notice for the workers in the site, for the public walking by outside the fence, for the storefronts, for the persons eating at the restaurants, even people walking along Glen Eyrie. We were all very concerned about that. Next slide. I got good questions during the Zoom I held on Monday, 4/20. What was the purpose of it? Well, it was to relay to the public our decision-making process, as I did today, and to answer questions about it. It wasn't to solicit alternatives. But I realized that people wouldn't have known that if they just got the Nix alert. They would have had to have gotten my email to fully realize that in there I said, we're removing them immediately. And I did emphasize that on the slide, but it was in my email. And I also said at the end, thank you for understanding that this was a really hard choice. Next slide. So we talked about a little bit about this, what was the process for species selection. The community development director is authorized to make the changes. And the best conservative approach that we've taken is to select the same two species, Eucalyptus polyanthemus and Quercus virginiana, and to replace all the removed eucalyptus like for like. And then in order to add to day one shade after the older eucalyptus were removed, we did direct the contractor to add 3 of the Quercus virginiana, again, the big specimen trees. Next slide. This is probably my toughest question. It was the most difficult internal debate I've ever had, and it puts a knot in my stomach still. Mayor Pro Tem Jones told me kindly afterwards that, you know, people need the time to sit with things and to grieve, and she's absolutely right. On the one hand, our decision to move forward that night and to not disclose that sidelined something very important to Laguna Beach: the chance to actively be involved in decisions, and where one is not, the chance to grieve a decision. On the other hand, I believe that the decision was one that protected community safety the most. We were thinking primarily about what we knew about the trees. We knew that one fell all by itself. We also knew we were very lucky as to how that tree fell, in the middle of the night with no one around, towards the middle of the project site. We knew we had worked hard to get as much information as possible to see if the others could be saved. But with the second confirming report, we knew that our options were bad. We had to either act to remove or act to shut down the site. A shutdown would be for an uncertain duration, and not just the project site, the entire section of Lower Forest, from customers, from people walking on the sidewalk, and even possibly, as I noted, a few feet of Glen Eyrie at Forest. Now, that may have been okay, but we knew too that to overturn the 2 arborist reports, we would need multiple more that were crystal clear to override the 2 that we had. And even then, it's really not about math. It's about who said what, who recommended what, who offered caveats to their opinions with what protected phrases. We knew that there were not other options that could have made these trees safe, or even safe enough for any of us to see hundreds of people on the finished promenade thinking the area was safe. A big part of this was the work site itself. It is and was dangerous. If folks tried to access it, a fence that could be easily pushed down was there. They'd encounter exposed ditches, sharp rebar, deep holes, and now confirmed hazards that weighed multiple tons and were up to 25 feet tall or more. Had someone affixed themselves to a tree, I had genuine concern that it could come down then and there. We knew that we had no control over when or how the trees could fall if we just left them there. I also have something in my personal history. On September 15th, 2011, in the city where and when I was manager, a 29-year-old woman was killed by a eucalyptus. She was sitting in her car in a left turn lane along Irvine Avenue. It was a beautiful, clear, windless day. I was there watching our fire department try to remove the tree from Ms. Miller's car for 2 hours. In the end, it came down to safety. We did not want to risk any further public use of or access to the site for an hour or a day longer. Folks don't get credit for ensuring that something didn't happen, and I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for understanding of my belief that this was a reasonable and responsible thing to do. We're profoundly sorry about having to make this decision, but with all of our sadness, we still think it was the right one to make. With that, council members and the public, we welcome your comments and questions and criticisms.
Thank you for that, Dave. Are there any questions of staff from council? Yeah, no questions?
I don't have questions, but I do want to say, Dave, thank you for taking the time to share what you shared tonight, not just with us as council members, but with the people in this room. And I appreciate you all waving your hands and not clapping. Obviously, you know, that was not an easy conversation for our city manager to have. And I appreciate your support and your kindness as we navigate this together.
Yes. Thank you, Dave. We'll open it up to public comment, please.
Exactly. Mark Christie, lifetime resident. First and foremost, thank you, Dave, for sharing that. That was very meaningful. You know, when I went to Forest on Wednesday, when we all went down, we were heartbroken. We were all heartbroken. Everyone up here was heartbroken. The city manager, the staff, they love Laguna every bit as much as everyone else in this room. But honestly, adding to that sadness for me was the vitriolic knee-jerk reaction from the public. I don't know, man, that may be the norm on a national level, but there shouldn't be any place for it here in Laguna. Like a veterinarian loves animals, arborists love trees and devote their lives to keeping them healthy. I've seen the arborist reports. We've all seen bits of it now. The arborists were upset. In this case, there was no choice. If you've lived in Laguna as long as I have, you have seen a lot of eucalyptus trees fall. We've lost a bunch. We lost one recently at Lumberyard. We've lost a big one on Jasmine Street. Sometimes it was wind and weather events. Sometimes it was Wednesday. We've all seen the damage these trees, create. On Jasmine, it took out multiple cars. On Forest, it was horrible. It looks like somebody dropped a semi-truck from 40 feet. The city could not take that chance. As somebody who's been sued a few times for frivolous things, trust me. Could it have been communicated more effectively? Maybe. But it was an urgent matter and it needed to be done. Why did they do it at night? Dave touched on this. When I remodeled Tuvalu in 2003, the city manager at that time insisted we do the heavy dropping of overhangs at night. It couldn't be done during the day. It couldn't be made safe with pedestrians and passersby. Have faith in these people up here, for God's sake. They put in so many hours for less than minimum wage just because they love this town and they love its heritage. They love the trees. They love everything about it. I will say for the record, I've said it to all of them before, but I'm going to say it, for the record here. This is I pay attention. This is the best city council and city manager we have ever had in my lifetime. And if you're shaking your head, so be it. Everybody has their opinion, but they have no agenda. They're not pro this, anti that. Their political party is Laguna. They're just trying to do the right thing. They put in incredible hours. They do their homework. They come in with open hearts. To give them grief, I don't get it. As with all their predecessors, we can never thank them enough for what they do to this town. They've thrown themselves on the grenade for this town. Let's be part of the solution. Let's look forward to the new promenade with 33 trees. To that end, if it's permissible, and I don't know if it is or not, my family would like to donate $10,000 to replace at least the one that was in front of Tuvalu. That was a beautiful tree and we'll miss it. Thank you guys for all you do and for bringing this beautiful addition to the town.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
Where do you start? Ruben Flores. it's not about that you don't love the town. We get it. You're on the council. But it's how you love the town. And Sue, on that last tree meeting that we had, you said some rough things about trees. And so you love the city a little differently than I love the city. So, but you love the city. Big trees and irrigation isn't the answer. The reason that those trees did so well is because they didn't have irrigation. So be careful. That tree fell in your town when you were there was because it was in irrigation. Eucalyptus don't want irrigation. So we're thinking with a solution and we're causing a problem. Big trees isn't an answer. And I know that you're trying to recreate and you're stuck. I get it. I'm glad you're making this decision and not me. There were 4 or 5 eucalyptus species in that street, and that's what made it unique and beautiful because they all had different canopies. You're going to the Irvine approach of all these eucalyptus polyanthemous. It's not the answer. So again, another mistake. Have you dug down 60 inches, at least 24 inches wide to see really what's going on down that deep? I'm sure there's been some slight excavation. It's not sufficient. You're going to find we knew that that's where a river was. So we have to be careful on what we do with that. Where in Laguna have you seen these Quercus virginiana growing in the same ecosystem? You can go to the Strand in Dana Point and you'll see trees that do great in just a neighborhood over and just a neighborhood north, but they don't do well in the Strand. So just because a book says, and that's where you're getting your information, just because the book says that it should do well in Laguna, that ain't gonna work. You have to show me in the town where 30-foot tall Quercus virginiana are existing and thriving because you're gonna spend a lot of money in the same location, in the same experience of salt. And in the first plan that was proposed, those ficus were gonna come out. And I said, don't take them out, they're a salt break so that the trees down don't get the constant condition of salt. So I would ask that you guys have a meeting with some people that actually know the town for 30 and 40 years and have worked in it, because we know the conditions that actually are here and it's not from a book. Thank you.
Wave your hands, please. Can we wave our hands, please? No clapping.
Remember me? Take heed of what Ruben was just talking about. And I remember, as he was describing, in the original plan, there was a representation, a photographic representation, and it had red X's on trees. All of the ones that came down. We can look at it together, Mayor. This was a very professional presentation and really hit all the marks. Danger, insurance, $28 million. Oh my God. The problem here is that this meeting should have been done a week ago. The problem is that the chopping down of those trees was done before anybody knew about it. You talk about people walking there and having danger, fence it off, put up tape, and then have the meeting you had tonight before the trees were chopped down. That's where there's a question of whether good faith was used. I'm not in, I know all of you. I'm friends with you. But these are wrong decisions. And what Ruben is talking about is that this project began in a way that did not take into account all of the issues that we're facing now and will face into the future. This was This was hooked to a locomotive. It's done as fast as it could be done. That's why we're running into questions that could have been answered earlier and were ignored. There weren't proper soils tests made. There weren't proper hydrology investigations done. This is done really too close to being amateur style. We need to have different opinions. We need to have all of the opinions. And we have very talented people in this town, like Ruben, who should be brought in to talk with the experts. He's been here. I don't know who those arborists are. Do they know where the trees are coming from? Do they know where they're going to? Do they know the conditions under the ground? I don't think so. Prove me wrong, please. This whole project needs to be reevaluated because I spoke a long time ago about unintended consequences. And it's happening and will continue to happen if we don't take the time to examine these things as well as other things. Buying a highway, buying Tiamo. These things are being done in haste, and then we're repenting in leisure. And that's what's been happening. And please make a change. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening again. My name is Kathy Yurka. I don't think there's a person in this room who spent more hours fighting the Promenade project than I did. I spoke many times. I helped organize some of the opposition, and I did not succeed. So for many of us who were opposed to the Promenade, losing the mature trees is a kind of insult to injury. And so, as you can tell, there are a lot of big feelings about it. I do, however, want to express my support for the decision to remove the trees and the process by which that decision was made. I really appreciated the presentation. I thought Ruben had some very good points about maybe the replanting process, because we do have expertise, and I thought he raised some good issues. It is really difficult for me to imagine a more thorough review than the one that the city conducted. And I've heard people saying that they've lived here 30 years, 36 years. I haven't been here that long. I also live in Pasadena and Orinda because my husband works in the Bay Area. I've lived in Glendale recently. I would like to offer a reality check about how city councils and city managers deal with these issues. For example, Pasadena recently decided to remove a grove of eucalyptus trees in a National Register Arroyo Seco recreation district. They had it was stuck on an agenda, council approved it, and it was done. They postponed because there's nesting owls and it's legal to do that. Once those owls are gone, those trees are gone. There is no emergency there. I'm aware, councils I know do not read their materials before they vote. Sometimes they read them and they do not understand them. And this is evident to me having gone to meetings and meetings. I have never seen a harder working council than you. And I get angry with you. I disagree with you frequently as I'm very vocal about it, but I have enormous respect for the work that you do. And I really appreciate you. Laguna is difficult because not no other city. Cities don't have this level of public participation. It's a great thing about Laguna. It's an incredibly difficult thing about Laguna. And it makes it very difficult for you and very difficult for Dave. I just want to sing Dave's praises. He is not perfect. I think you're really close to perfect, actually, as a city manager. I've seen such crappy city managers in my time. He is accessible. He is responsive. He is a decent man. He loves Laguna and he cares about the residents. He cares about those trees. I saw the email and I could feel his pain. Do you remember that just 2 years ago we had Sheree? Would there have been a Zoom meeting? Would there have been this level of public apology and desire to do better? No way. My regret about the Promenade now is I think it's diminishing people's sense of how much better that we're moving in the right direction. So I just want to thank you all, and I've got to go. I had more to say, but thank you.
Well, I don't know. I might give you extra time since you're saying nice things.
Hello, Mayor Orgill and council members. My name's Lisa Mansour, and I'm a 26-year resident of Laguna Beach. And I am here just to thank you and for being responsible for protecting the citizens of this town. I know the tree removal wasn't easy. We had a beautiful, I'll tell the story quickly because I know there are a lot of people in line, but we had a beautiful specimen eucalyptus in our front yard. And in 2017, we noticed it was shifting, it was leaning. And interestingly, we had contracted arborist number 2 to look into it. And she recommended, she sent an emergency removal crew for this tree. And I was really upset. And I sent a text to my friend who's a local arborist. And I said, you know, it's Lisa Mansour. Are you around by chance? Our eucalyptus is in trouble. The arborist thinks it needs an emergency removal. I'm heartbroken and hoping you can weigh in if you're around. And my friend said, no, it doesn't. They are alarmists. And continued saying, yes, I consulted and met with another arborist on Tuesday, and we chatted with my husband, and we chatted with John, and they think they can save the tree, which was, you know, music to my ears. I sent the text at 3:21, and at 3:27, I said, OMG, it just came out of the ground. I am shaking an OMG. So in those 5 minutes, the tree fell, and I have a photo. I know you can't probably see it, but it was a big tree. It was an enormous tree that thankfully, you see our house in the background. It didn't fall on our house, but it did fall on our neighbor's house. It, you know, luckily they weren't home, but it's still, I mean, this was in 2017. This was 9 years ago, you know, almost a decade ago. And it's still just like, you know, right? It still makes my heart, you know, just beat when I think about what could have happened, who could have been injured or killed. So we don't know when a eucalyptus is going to fall, and we might think, oh, why didn't we wait a week? I'll tell you what, it could have been 5 minutes. And if one's going to go, the other ones are going to go too. So I just thank you again, and I just wanted to share that. So.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carrie Reynolds. I have a couple of letters, one front that follows Lisa's story. Lori Kahn lived about a minute from the high school, and 1 minute before the school bell rang, her tree fell and took out her car and her neighbor's house. And no insurance covered it because they called it an act of God because we'd had some rains. They had no idea it was sick. They had no idea it looked badly. If that had been 1 minute more, those kids would have been coming to their cars and smashed. So thank you, Dave. I know it was a tough decision. I have a letter, and I have lots of pictures of those trees. I also have seen on the posts from Laguna Locals, some of the people who were wanting to chain themselves to the fence. They were complaining 5 years ago about your tree trimming program and the trees were falling and you guys need to do more. That I agree with. We know more trees are going to come down. We know it, right? So Mike Mariner Sr. says, I can't attend, but my family's been in Laguna since 1927. The year the city was incorporated, and spent most of its life on Forest Avenue. So this street is part of our family's history. I want to acknowledge that this was a difficult decision, and I appreciate the weight of balancing safety, infrastructure, and community expectations. At the same time, I think this moment can be more than a reaction. It can be a turning point. Forest Avenue gives an opportunity to rethink how we approach urban trees in a coastal environment like ours, where soil conditions, salinity, root space, and infrastructure all interact in complex ways. If we don't address those underlying factors, we risk repeating the same challenges again. I'll break by saying I'm glad arborist number 2 was better at saving my girlfriend's life than maybe the local arborist. So my encouragement is this: let's use this as a catalyst to develop a long-term science-based urban forestry plan, one that focuses on the right tree species, proper root zone design, and resilience over decades. Laguna has always been a leader in environmental stewardship. This is a chance to lead again, not just by replacing trees, but by setting new standards for coastal communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm David Rubel. My brother and I, we own a business on Forest, right in the promenade area. First, I wanted to say that, you know, I've been to a lot of meetings and spoken at a lot of council meetings, and the civil discourse tonight, the tone is, I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be a lot more vitriol, and I just want to thank all my fellow Laguna Beach citizens for coming up here. And and especially, the council, your job is so hard and what you have to do. And I know nobody wanted those trees to go down. They're beautiful. I've been lucky enough to be on the street for 22 years. I look outside all the time at night, in the afternoon. They were beautiful, and especially the one that came down over near Tulaloo. Like I said, with my brother and I, we run our family business on Forest Avenue, and we've been lucky enough to be there for 22 years. We do support the project. We still support the project. We've been out there every day watching the progress. I wanted to say a little bit about that promenade area. Since COVID, it really has changed and brought back to life what goes on down on that street. And I think this is going to be just such a positive for the city when it's all finished. And since construction started in February, the city and the team have really done a great job. You guys communicated with us. We have the card of the engineer. Everybody's been just great. So anyway, we support the project. We're looking forward to what's happening. And, obviously we can't go backwards now. We have to move forwards. And, I appreciate the presentation, Dave, and the way you communicated everything. And I agree with a few of the other speakers. We do have the best council and city manager and people on staff that we've ever had. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. George Dubin with you. Apparently, when you state how long you've lived in Laguna, that gives you some kind of cachet. So I've lived here for 50 years. However, it doesn't make me an expert on tree health or anything else. So the number one thing that council members, when they run for council, is public safety. That's the number one thing. It always has been. Nobody will disagree with that. So what's bothered me about this whole process is really what I've been reading on social media. And it bothers me because it's not based in fact, it's not based in science, it's based purely in emotion. And even people that I know said some things that I just thought, wow, I thought I knew these people better than I turned out that I do. If you would have said, okay, we're going to put the brakes on this and have some debate amongst all of us, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. The trees still would have had to come down. So in the name of public safety, I think it was really important to move as quickly as you did. I know it was an extremely difficult decision to make. We all have differences of opinions in this town, and I'm just a little bothered by the fact that a lot of people think that they're experts on tree health when, they're not. The vitriol and the meanness, it's just uncalled for, and frankly, it's childish, and I think Mark Christie said it best. So I'm just going to say thank you, Bob, Hallie, Mark, Alex, Sue, Megan, and Dave, for making an extremely difficult decision about trees, knowing how much we all love our trees in this town. But public safety, you cannot get away from that. And had there been a delay in terms of having to have more discussions amongst the residents, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. So the fact that you went forward to protect the public and all of us, we can't thank you enough. So I just wish the public discourse, people would calm down and take a deep breath and know that this project is going to be amazing when it's done. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Gemma Totten, and the quote that keeps coming to my mind is, "You cannot solve problems with the same mindset that has created them." And I think that quote is really reflective of the solution that SWA has provided us, which is replanting eucalyptus, which evidently seems to be a tree that causes problems everywhere. Trees are falling in people's yards, they're killing people, they're not native to our soils. And so I would just love to propose a solution that incorporates native mature trees instead of replanting the eucalyptus trees. And I think that the trees are gone. None of us need 33 trees on the street. Maybe we can consider some native shrubs or plants that bring butterflies and bees and beautiful like native species into the streets so that people can enjoy nature. I personally, don't feel like we need to just be replanting 30 trees just to hit a number. So it would be amazing if SWA would maybe open up a session to the public where we could all provide ideas and brainstorm solutions. I think that would be amazing. So just
Thank
like
you.
everyone said, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Gemma. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. Deborah Lawton here. And I have to say that, you know, when you talk about public safety, a lunar landscape has a lot of cleanness and you don't have to worry about any trees falling on you. But I am digressing. Under the cover of darkness they came, 9 more full-growth shade trees removed from the lower Forest Avenue. Naturally, the Promenade Development Crew, SWA, declared them diseased. And they were actually psychic because when they did their proposal, they suggested that 12 trees needed to be removed and 25 to 30 planted. And lo, if you turn to this report on page 10, it is new trees to be added, 25. They're psychic. I mean, these people are brilliant. Anyway, so the council and city staff, this work on our behalf, I'm a little queasy about it. This is the same group that some of us had to call to pressure them to put up signage informing visitors that the retail shops and restaurants are open for business behind all the dust and cordoned off area. It was at least over 2 weeks before we had that signage. Were these retailers offered any help or services for their loss of sales? Au contraire. Instead, we've been getting reports of an increase in sales tax that might appear on our ballots in November to pay for the higher cost of the Forest Promenade. You all realize, of course, that when you buy and plant large trees, that there is a fee for them. They are not generously given as a donation. Anyway, Forest Avenue no longer looks like the beautiful tree boulevard to the sea. And so, yes, many of us are in mourning, and I do not think that those 48-inch, I mean, that's good size, will be in my lifetime the size of what we just lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Terrible, terrible PR. Great decision. I had no idea that you were intimately involved in the Newport Beach, Costa Mesa issue. That was the first thing that came to my mind when I heard that the one tree fell. And I, for one, am grateful that you all Dave, you actually made a really hard decision and did it quickly because my grandson and I walk up and down that street all the time. And the mere thought of anything happening, can't even go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. My name is Christina, and I am a resident here as well as owning a business on PCH. Nice to meet you all. Nice to see you all. I just wanted to offer some perspectives, Dave. I know this was a challenging decision for you, and I appreciate you sharing that, and I appreciate everyone who's shared both sides. I think it's really important to hear all sides considering. However, I did want to offer, knowing that you knew that this could potentially upset people, that there are some other alternatives, for example, using the tree chips that you did cut down potentially in another place in Laguna to keep that history perhaps of Forest Avenue going and rooted instead of just, you know, taking it away like it was done, and some other alternatives that could have been where the community could have felt a bit more uplifted. I think we all understand that the trees are gone and that there is a lot of emotion behind it, but the bigger thing that people are frustrated with, I think, is obviously the way that it was potentially felt like it was ripped away without preserving the city. So maybe something like having further development, we could consider using chips if trees, quote unquote, need to come down for that reason, be used elsewhere to preserve the city and preserve this history of 100+ years of heritage of beautiful Laguna Beach. And I wanted to read quickly a poem that I wrote that hopefully just reminds us all the overarching thing of this city and the joy of nature, and that what brought us, many of us, here. So the poem reads, You may think we're replanting, they're just trees, over 100 year of history taken in the middle of the night so that there wouldn't be a local fight. Planting new trees doesn't replace the history we can no longer trace. The street feels wider now, maybe that's true. More space, perhaps a clearer view. Yet something ancient has been stripped away that lived in bark and leaves that sway. For trees remember more than we, they hold the town's memory. And though the roots still carry, and though the road still carries on, a quiet forest on Forest Avenue is now gone. And when old forests fade from sight, the loss is more than shade and light. For every ring within the wood held time the way a witness could. If such small vanishings pass us by, untouched under the open sky, we pause to ask what comes to be a town, a world with fewer ancient trees. Let's not forget the heart that brought us all here, the nature that still speaks to those far and near, the wonderful place that is this wonderful place that is the best for a reason. We must protect it better no matter the season. For the rolling hills, earth, and glimmering sea, and all God's divine majesty is reflected in this magical city. So I ask you, the council and committee, to think twice about the future of Forest and Ocean Avenue. Their names no chance this matters to. There shouldn't even be but much more of a debate to keep the charm and preserve what makes this city great. Let's come back to the divine design of Wild Laguna Beach and Artist Shrine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful poem. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hello. My name's Carter Fraser. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach as well. I've lived here a long time. I grew up here. My parents had a coffee shop in downtown Laguna. I remember walking around on that street and over many different points of my life, different holidays and everything. I could like talk about them all day, but like it's just a little frustrating when you come home from work one night and you're driving by the trees and then they're there. And then you go home and then you go on Instagram and then you see this thing and it says, oh, all the trees are being cut down. So you have to like drive by at 1 a.m. and get a look at the trees getting cut down. And then you go to work the next day and they're all cleared out and it just looks so different. And it's just a little frustrating and disappointing. There could have been some issues with the tree trunks and the health there. I'm not denying that, but we'll never know like how like tall those trees could be. There's a lot of like history that's gone. My point here isn't to like win or lose an argument or like make some argument. It's just like I'm disappointed the trees are gone and like they'll never be back. And so I like that poem. It was just great because it kind of connected to like a unique characteristic about like the heritage and like charm of this town. And I would really like to see continued efforts to preserve that charm in the future. Like I even saw like a choice of bricks to be used downtown. So like make sure those bricks are like laid out in the right way or something. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. When I was sitting where Alex is sitting now, we were talking about this and we talked about special things that have not really been discussed. We've had some merchants that came forward and talking about their experience, but there are a whole lot that aren't here that I've talked to. And I remember when I was up there, we said, what can we do to make sure that these merchants survive the project? What can we do? And as far as I can tell, we haven't done any of it. We knew that they were going to have problems with their employees because their revenue would go down. So we're trying to figure out a way for them to keep their long-term employees. Well, the ones that I've talked to have had to let them go because the revenue is so low that they can't afford to keep them. And that is a real concern. I was in a store last week and I said, it's noisy in here. She said, oh, I like it noisy because when it's noisy, that means it's going to be done sooner. When will this thing be done? When will it happen? I mean, we're talking about trees and we're talking about Forest Avenue, but it's only as good as the little one-of-a-kind stores that we have down there that we call special. And we need to think right now about what we can do going forward to help them survive. And it's, there was a column called Did You Know? And I suspect there are a lot of people that won't know what I'm going to say right now. Did you know that there's a plan to put a third story on the downtown businesses? You know, did you know that this third story will be housing that we desperately need? Did you know, think about your house, how would it do if you put a third story on? How long do you think it would last? I suspect a third story means the building goes down and a new 3-story building comes in. And that means we're just one step away from Dana Point. We have to figure out whether it's a reasonable expectation to put housing on the third story of a 80-year-old building. I have a 100-year-old house. I couldn't do anything on the roof because the roof wasn't strong enough to hold solar. So get to know the neighborhood, and if we're worried about keeping the essence of Forest Avenue, the essence of the downtown is at risk.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Leslie Elliott. First, I need to read something from Mark Cohen, Executive Chef and Operating Partner at 230 Forest for 30 years. I'm thankful that the community is going to benefit from this wonderful new promenade. This council has taken on such a large responsibility in trying to affect positive long-term change for the city of Laguna Beach residents and visitors. I've been here for 30 years and I've been very involved in every meeting regarding the promenade renovation, a huge undertaking, and I look forward to a great gathering place for Laguna's community. And then I wanted to say for myself that I want to express my support for the promenade and for the difficult decision to remove the mature trees that so many, myself included, that loved. Their loss is felt by all of us in Laguna, but I believe it was the right decision for the reasons that you thoughtfully explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Larry Noakes, and I've watched this project as it's progressed. And I will tell you, in my opinion anyway, there has been no shortage of public information and no shortage of discourse. And I really do appreciate the openness with which the council has proceeded. And a couple of comments on Dave Kiff. I've worked with him on a few different matters. And this is a thoughtful man who considers options and considers benefits and considers risks. And one thing about him is he always has the best interest of the city and its citizens at heart. And I believe that to be true of all of the council people up there. Now, I was really grateful to you, and particularly to you and your staff, Dave, for posting all of the information on the city website so that we could read the staff report, we could read the arborist reports, we could see the peer review reports, we could see the soils reports, we could see what was happening with those trees, and we could see the irrigation plan and maintenance plan going forward. And it was so educational to be able to see that. And then when I looked on social media and I saw what people were saying about you folks that were actually up here making these decisions, considering this evidence and deciding which way to go, and really with your life experience, and particularly again with you, Dave, and what you saw in your former city, it was just really remarkable. And I felt very, very good about the decision that you had made. Now, these things that are raising concern are real. There was a $28 million judgment against a city in Southern California. There is an insurance concern. There is the Government Tort Liability Act that says that if you know about a situation and it's a dangerous condition, you need to abate it or there will be hell to pay. That's just the law. And once you had the information you had, you needed to act, and you did. And I, as a citizen of this town, am grateful for that. I want to close with a word about how this about what we've gained. A lot of that tends to get overlooked, but we're going to now have 33 trees up from 30. So for people who love trees, you're going to get more of them down there. These include large specimen trees, proper soil remediation, automatic irrigation, things that will keep them healthy. And as this conversation has unfolded in the community, it's good to note that we've always been engaged and passionate residents, but engagement is most valuable when it's informed. And the city council did not act rashly. It followed careful documented process and acted on the unanimous recommendation of its consultants. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Edward Bayak again. Spoke briefly earlier about a submittal I gave each of you. And it's about basically the submittal earlier had to do with the truth. And a judge left his judgeship because he denied the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and 7th Amendment. He resigned in disgrace. Another judge had dementia. Forest Avenue is a beautiful street. I love Laguna. I've been here 36 years. I was present when Donald Bren signed the agreement for the canyon and gave the canyon to the city of Laguna Beach. And I know the history about all of that, as well as him saving California from bankruptcy during the Enron scandal. And someone gave him the recommendation to purchase energy futures, someone in the energy business. As Winston Churchill observed, it's easy to recognize history after the fact, but leadership is about recognizing what matters at the moment. I ran a couple companies, 2,000 employees, and I always used to hire people based not on degrees, but life experiences, common sense, good judgment, and caring. And all of these meetings obviously could have been avoided because common sense tells you if you're going to dig up a street, you're probably going to lose all the trees. And that's probably what should have been said at the very first meeting. And that's the only thing I kind of want to, it's sad because a lot of people are angst over all of this. And I just think the beginning of all these meetings about the promenade and the decision whether to do it or not to do it, all of this could have been avoided because common sense tells you if you're going to dig up a street, you're going to lose it all. And so I hope we learned something from this. All of you spend a great deal of time helping the city progress. And Dave, I appreciate your emotional answers and sincere answers. And just like me, I'm very emotional when I speak to judges. And sometimes I don't realize I scare judges out of their seats. But I also have been very blessed to have worked with amazing FBI agents and CIA agents and Air Force generals. And my life is very blessed. But I just hope we all learn something from this, that common sense matters, good judgment matters, and caring. And you all care, and you all have good judgment. And Bob, at the last city council meeting, I saw you hesitated in your vote. And that tells me that you care and you think through things. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Joe Johnson. I live in Old Top of the World, which, if you remember the names of the streets, it's Treetop Lane, Shady Place, Top of the World. It used to be a grove of eucalyptus, but other trees too. What surprises me is there doesn't seem to be a recognition. And I'm a euc lover. I've lost 4 of my 9. I also had 19 pine trees on the lot in front of us. To the beetle. There's a beetle that's voracious and killing eucs all over this state. It puzzles me why we're planting eucs again when the chemicals that would control this beetle are illegal in California. The only way to save them is to ask your buddy out of state to send some to you. And you're going to try and save these trees that you've had set aside for a year in a water course with lethal drugs for these trees? It just kind of, does no one know about this? I commend all of you. I appreciate your work and the diplomacy that is so apparent tonight. And I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Liza Stewart, and I'm a longtime resident, born and raised. So was my mom. My grandparents had a business on Forest Avenue. I've been here a long, long time. I'm also a landscape contractor and have a QAC. So I'm curious on why there wasn't a site inspection prior to ground ever being broken. Every large project that we have done, the first thing we do is the established trees that are going to be left on the project is we check the health of them to make sure there's no surprises, to make sure there's no cement underneath the roots. So we know if the roots are shallow, so we can stake or put gates up to guard the trees and guidelines with cables to make sure that they don't fall during the construction. I'm just curious why that didn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Robin Hall, longtime resident, and I'd like to say thank you. And oftentimes I come up here to disagree with decisions or thought processes you all have. I think one of the major things that people are speaking about here is good people make mistakes. And it seems like in the planning of this, that there were some mistakes made because what would happen if the trees came down? Where were the what ifs and what would happen? So if the trees have to come down, will we try to save them and move them? Okay, if they're diseased or whatever, do we want to save some of the wood so our local artists can make something? Will part of this tree become part of the promenade? Anything like that, lots of issues here. So as a resident, it comes back to me, shouldn't that have been thought of before? And I really appreciate the work you do, but we are a tree-loving nation, city, and everyone up in the council knows that. You know that we like our trees, whether planting eucalyptus, that particular tree is the right answer or not. No, I'm not a tree expert, but let's get the local people to weigh in and let's make sure we plant and don't make another mistake. The other thing I wanted to bring up that wasn't discussed tonight is the issue of the birds that were in the trees. It's tree nesting season. And yet we cut down all of these trees and no provision made for the birds, and it could have been stopped and held for a week. If it was so dangerous that these trees had to come down immediately, then why couldn't we have cornered it off? I mean, we had workers there for a month and we allowed them to work there in these, quote, dangerous situations. And all of a sudden we have to cut everything down in the middle of the night. It just doesn't ring honest to me. So my 2 cents, thank you guys for what you do. The trees are gone. Everyone realizes that, but let's not make mistakes going forward. If we have to take a pause and really think about what's the right solution to this, let's do it. Let's bring Laguna the best.
Hi, Nelson Coates Van Dyke. I appreciate the presentation and the work of our city manager and city council, and I understand emotions and how tough that doing a decision like this would be. Strong emotions and feelings represent a strong love for our city. So whatever people feel and how we go about that, the end result is that we love Laguna and we want the best for Laguna. Laguna has an outsized presence nationally and internationally. I travel and work all over the world. Everyone knows about Laguna Beach. And I appreciate and want to just encourage a deep understanding of the fact that we're all stewards of the wonderful legacy that we have been given by the artists who founded this town and by those very artists who planted trees and painted the amazing landscapes that we have historically enjoyed in this town. I think we need to make sure that as we go forward with our decisions, that we continue that artistic look and that mindset that is so ingrained so that we don't look like another coastal town that is hermetic and feels very Irvine Company. The unique urban mosaic that we have here, I think with the choice of plantings, we need to think about that. What Ruben Flores said a little earlier about potentially changing up some of the varieties so we don't have a uniformity of uke is very important. Marshall McLuhan, a famous communicist, talked about the medium as a message. I think we failed as a city in doing that message in a way that did not really damage the public trust. And for those of us who were working, didn't get the nickel alert, look, bam, you all of a sudden trees are gone in the middle of the night. It's a high hurdle to get beyond. So extra care needs to be taken. I appreciate the presentation tonight, but the fact that we're getting a soils report, et cetera, after the fact as opposed to before the project started is endemic. The choice of trees and landscapes that match each other with water consumption, I think is very important. Things that have happened, such as in Nina Carmen Park, where we lost a beautiful, huge mature tree because all of a sudden we were planting lawns and watering them constantly underneath it. Needs to be thought through. Where do we go forward? I think we look at our other streets, other projects, and make sure that we have the biodiversity, that we have the public input, that we are doing things that are not exacerbating potential problems by making the cure worse than the problem we had to begin with. I also want to make sure that we're looking, just like we deal with historic buildings, that we bring in historic arborists that can help with this and look at new ways to examine our trees going forward.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Aaron Peluso, 49-year resident coming up on 50. I want to thank you guys for addressing the safety issue. I think, I'm a property manager myself. I've got about, 200 or 300 trees under management. And if I had, as a private property owner, if I had 2 arborists telling me a tree could fall over at any moment, I would cut it down that day, for sure. The idea that, you would sit on 2 arborist reports and allow me to walk down there with my 4- and 7-year-old, it's untenable. There's no choice. Looking forward, I think that there were some good comments today. A lot of these trees with this root collar issue, it seems like that may have been a significant issue with the majority of the trees, even from reading the report. And so it just occurs to me that these trees, when they were planted in such a way as they didn't have a chance to thrive and develop a root structure that would allow them certainly to endure the promenade project, but also to be safe for a long, long time. These trees should last 100 years, more than 100 years. But it seems like, as best I can tell, those trees are from the 90s, maybe. So are they being replanted every 30, 50 years? I'm excited for the oak trees that you guys have on plan. Those, in an ideal situation, can live thousands of years. So I just think, I know we're on a timeline and we're trying to get this across the finish line. But to Ruben's point, I think that we really need to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And we're doing everything that we can to give these trees a chance to really thrive and be beautiful for 100 or 200 years, whatever their natural lifespan is. And, he had comments about the watering as well. I don't know about the watering, but that would be something to look into. And the other comment that he and one other brought up that I thought was really interesting was it's very uniform with just all the eucalyptus of different sizes and then the oaks. I don't know if there's some document or what have you that you're referencing that it has to be that way, but it seems like a little bit more variety would make it feel more organic and like it developed over time and wasn't installed all at one time. So appreciate your efforts and look forward to seeing the new promenade. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And Christoph. Well, I left town and everything was okay. And then in the middle of my one trip in how many years to Italy, I find out that these trees are gone. And it was very disconcerting, and I share the people's concern who experienced that at the same time. And I also am very impressed with the number of people who are here tonight saying profound things, all of whom love our trees. I mean, I've been waiting years for this many people to say, I love trees, and it's wonderful. However, it's also sad. I would like to consider some factors about how this is going to go down from now on. And I agree with Ruben's comments regarding the diversity of eucalyptus. I agree with his comments about how to get them to survive. I think we're going to have a problem with saltwater intrusion. I think we could lose some of our trees. We could lose some of those big ones. And I'd like to minimize the oaks. I think the Virginia oak is not appropriate for Laguna, and it's going to be an outlier there. I don't see the purpose of introducing an exotic tree into the scenario, which was based on the forest of eucalyptus that was planted in the 1880s. And it made no sense for me when SWA proposed it in the first place, and it makes less now, and I certainly would not want to add any more oaks to that scheme. I also would like you to consider this Silva Cell proposal. It's a plastic framework that somehow is going to support the pavement without the compaction of the soil underneath. And I think this is another possible boondoggle that we're going to face a problem in the future. I noticed that one of the reports mentions that there was a root barrier that had been placed around one of the trees, and that the tree roots development was suffering because of that. And the Silva Cell is going to be plastic frames underneath the soil. What are the roots going to do with that in the future? It might be fine for 10 years, and then all of a sudden we find out, oh, gee, this plastic framework is causing more problems than it solves. You can put in what they call structural soil, which is the special soil mix that can be compacted without damaging the roots in the future. So I think there's more to be done to make sure that we're not on the wrong track continuing. And I hope this project turns out well. I was very skeptical. I still am skeptical. I think we need to be sure that the character of our city is not impaired and is enhanced. And I am skeptical that this new proposal will do that, but with your wonderful leadership, I'm sure that it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. David Browning. I'm a North Laguna resident. I know that the protocol is not to repeat things in a public comment, but I think in this case, I might actually get to be the last comment. So I just want to make a couple remarks. We have had a very difficult decision with a ton of different factors. We are in a place with a little bit of personality. You've had a lot of input tonight. I appreciate greatly your conviction to a plan that I trust. I think the city council and the city manager have a plan here that is going to benefit our city. And I encourage our fellow citizens that we put that same trust in you. So as the last public comment, well short of 3 minutes, I simply want to say thank you. It worked. Thank you. We appreciate everything you do. I know it's a tough job, and we wouldn't be what we are without you. Thank you.
Thank you. Almost the last speaker.
Good evening, council members. Jennifer Zeider. This kind of reminds me of that old adage, which, take action and then beg for forgiveness afterwards and apologize. A couple different things I wanted to talk about. First of all, I thank you, City Manager, for your statement, and I do believe it is genuine and heartfelt. What I find interesting, it seems like you're allowed to fall on your sword while the rest of the City Council has been very quiet, haven't said anything, haven't reached out. no publication. I think, Mayor, you did a little YouTube video with Dave Kidd, but it's kind of like you're letting him take the blame, maybe because it's an election year and you're worried about the votes. I know that there are dozens and dozens and dozens of people I've spoken to who are just so upset as to how it was done. It's not necessarily the fact that it was done, it's the manner in which it was done. And when this gentleman before me just spoke about public trust and faith, that's what's been broken here. Your need to have to do it immediately within an hour and a half, 2 hours after that, that one last minute called meeting it reeks of pulling a fast one. And that's exactly what it looks like to a lot of people. A couple other comments. So I haven't been there as long as everybody else, but I do remember a couple different projects on landscaping coming down through our town. Do you remember the beautiful pepper tree in front of City Hall? They swore it was going to fall and hurt somebody, and millions of dollars were going to be spent because it's going to fall on somebody and kill somebody, and it's dangerous and it's diseased. Guess what? The city fought back. We saved that tree. It looks beautiful. Still alive. I don't know, 100 years old, 200 years old. I don't know how old that tree is. But again, clearly the arborist was wrong on that particular situation. Okay. Number two is, the Meridian as you come to Laguna Canyon, that's been redone twice to the tune of millions of dollars, right? And every time I drive down to the canyon, I'm so disappointed with what it is that you planted there. It looks horrible. And I drive in Dana Point and CDM and, Laguna Niguel, and I see beautiful landscaping projects on the Meridians, and that one just looks like hell, to be honest with you. And I apologize if anybody else here, did the planning, but it doesn't look good. It looks bad. And so I question your judgment sometimes when it comes to your landscaping projects or your landscaping plans, that you just aren't thinking them through. Anyways, I know it's a tough one. I'm actually quite surprised that the vitriol is not any worse than it is. I think people got a lot of it out on social media, but it's still there. Trust me, it's still down here. But I do, like the other people have mentioned, I appreciate the fact that people haven't come up here and spewed on you to the extent that they could have. But you need to regain the residents' trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Krisman. I wasn't that involved in the city until the promenade was pushed through. And I thought I had a vote. But I realize it's 5 people that decide certain things. And I want everyone who is angry, and I want people who have never been involved in the city to get involved. You need to know the projects that are coming down the pipeline. Do you know Ocean Avenue? Ocean Avenue is even more beautiful than the promenade was with the trees. Go walk down it. There are 62 trees. This arborist has deemed only 20 are normal health. 26 have root transition or heaving, and 16 sign of health or stress. Well, according to now this new fear that we have, that we learned during the pandemic, only 20 of 62 trees will survive of those. Also, they are proposing 5 people, it does not go to a vote, are going to 2-story downtown and 3-story downtown. Okay? Why are we widening? Why are we widening Beach? They want to widen Beach. Nobody walks down there. Oh, but if there's a 3-story building with residents, they will walk down there. So we have taken trees and buildings, and now we're going buildings and trees. So I am telling you, you have to all get involved. They want to raise a sales tax. They want to take over the Canyon Road. Next is going to be, they want to become a charter city. You know what a charter city does? It gives the city council more power than what they have. So none of this is ever put to a vote. 5 people are going to decide what our city looks like. Years, ask Ann Kristoff, years it took. They put together the downtown specific plan. And they're going to change that. And they're going to use the excuse that they need low-income housing, that they have to identify that for Sacramento. What about St. Catharines? What a beautiful place to stick 360 low-income units there. And then you don't have to touch our downtown area. So I encourage everybody out there, get involved. We are voting in November. Ask these questions to the people who are running, find out how they feel about this, although I have found they say one thing and they do another. Words are cheap. Actions is what really matters. So please, everybody, start to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
If I wasn't married, I'd marry Ann Chrisman. Jerome Pudwell, 38-year resident, 75-year skeptic. Some questions. Why did the city council use the same arborists who originally failed to declare the problems to determine the trees had to go? They didn't get it? Say what? And then they come back and say they all have to go. Wow. Why didn't the arborists, why were the trees not supported as arborist standard operating procedure when undermining them? Would these problems ever arisen if they weren't undermined? If you thought it was possible, there was a possible threat to safety by falling trees, why didn't they support all the trees over the month after the first one fell? I mean, creating a little area around it is not the same as getting them cabled or staked, which is standard operating procedure. Again, everyone else has said it. Why wasn't the public notified about a month ago instead of waiting for 3 hours before they were buzzed? They had a month to come up with a demolition plan and a replacement plan. So why didn't they first contact any one of a half dozen arborists that I found in 15 minutes on the web who specialize in supporting and saving troubled trees? Instead, it went straight to what can we do to replace them? And lastly, yes, several others have noted it. There is a real problem with trust with the city council. They have been misled many times. They have been abused. They've been ignored. And this is a real capper. You guys are going to have some real problems overcoming this trust factor. Well, I got 43 seconds. Yeah, downtown specific plan. Nobody has mentioned the fact that the plan calls for up to 675 homes in downtown area alone, right at the choke point to the evacuation route down to Laguna Canyon Road. And as Ann has mentioned, you've got St. Catharines, easy peasy way to answer the 394, not 675 units that we have to designate for the state. So come on, folks. Get with it.
Any other speakers? None? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Who'd like to start?
I wanted to address a couple things that came up.
Sure, I'd like to as well. Go ahead.
And others may chime in too. Firstly, I really appreciate everybody's comments very sincerely. One speaker talked about potentially salvaging some of the tree material, whether it's a trunk or branches. I think Tom had an update for me on that one. I think that's a possibility. We still have two trunk structures. You want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, there are two still remaining in the ground that have been protected.
So I think we'd like to propose that to see how we can memorialize that, or we'll at least take a look at that. I just wanted to remind folks, one of the things we were bound by was the coastal development permit and the planning commission's approval, and they did approve the two species, the one eucalyptus species and the Quercus virginiana. And while additional flexibility would be nice, I don't know that we have that. happy to hear the council's comments or Megan's comments on that to that extent, or Matt Schneider's. It's really kind of all in Matt's hands as to how to interpret that condition in the planning commission approval. I wanted to apologize to Ann Christoph because when I heard she was gone, my heart sunk even further, because if there's anyone I wanted to hear from that night at the Zoom meeting, it would have been Ann. Just because I know how much she cared about and cares about trees. And I just want to apologize to Ann, just that she wasn't here when we had that. So I'll welcome any other comments or questions.
Other comments?
I was just going to, you touched on it, Dave, and I don't know what the latitude is, but, listening to a number of the speakers, it does seem as though I'd like to see some more conversation about the selection of trees, and rather than all one variety of eucalyptus. Now, maybe that's not possible under the approvals, but I think we should go through a process of getting some input on that. I'm not a tree expert, but when we planted, and people, when we planted in 2016 or 17, all those trees out in the village entrance, which I was walking through the other day, by the way, and, we get a lot of criticism for what we do and don't do about trees. There's a beautiful tree canopy out there that's starting to grow, some wonderful sycamores and oak trees. Now, there were two varieties, Ruben might remember, but two varieties of oak trees planted in the village entrance, and one did not do well, and one, I think it was the coastal live oak that did do well. So, we need to be really certain that the trees that we're going to install really work for this soil condition and this location. And I've given you all my knowledge of trees right there. But anyway, I think we need to make sure we get some input on that and make the right decision.
Holly?
I agree with that. As you, Dave, and many people in the audience have heard me say, I think looking at native species is a really good idea. I'm not a tree expert either, but I would be very interested in some coast live oaks rather than the southern live oaks. And I also still think that we should be looking at least one sycamore. I think a lot about the pepper tree at City Hall and the tree in the pepper tree lot, right? And those were trees that over 100 years ago were planted, and they have become really important residents in this town. And I think we have an opportunity right now to do that. I shared with Dave my favorite quote, which is, the true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade you never expect to sit. And that's what we're doing. I think it's really important that we think about it that way. So I second Councilmember Whalen's opinion that I think we should look really hard at those species and get some of this local knowledge. I think we should talk to Ruben. I think we should talk to Ann and see what's going to do best in these plantings. I also want to say, and I don't really know what I'm trying to articulate here, but I'm going to try. I don't want Dave to shoulder this on his own. We as a council are responsible for these decisions. And I want to apologize publicly to you, Dave, if it has seemed as if we have in any way asked you to or allowed you to fall on your sword in this decision. It is us. It is the five of us who are responsible for these choices. So be mad at us, as many of you have been, continue to. It is not Dave up here alone shouldering this. I want to be really clear about that.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah. First of all, I think that none of us would wanted to be in this situation. None of you wanted to be in this situation. It's a tragic thing when you have to cut down trees like that play such an important role in the fabric of our community. I thought the poem that we heard earlier in the night, that was beautifully put. As council members, we have there are discretionary decisions, right? Like the promenade, that was a discretionary decision. Many people were for that, many people were against it. We had many public hearings that went to the Coastal Commission, and a decision was made. We have other decisions about how do we comply with state housing laws that are complicated. We have decisions related to wildfire mitigation, and then decisions related to budget. And probably our most important decision is who do we have as our city manager, right? Because we're in a council manager form of government where we sit up here and we make these discretionary decisions, all of which are made in public with the exception of things that are closed session related to litigation or personnel, the hiring and firing of our city manager and city attorney. But other than that, all the decisions are made in public, and that's the beauty of our government. And so I think that this decision about whether to remove these trees, I couldn't think of someone who would do a better job at making that decision in a thoughtful way than our city manager. And as Holly said, all of us are ultimately accountable for how city government works. We might not be the ones processing your permit through the plan check process, but when there are delays there, it's on us, right? When there are, just if a decision like this related to an emergency situation for removing the tree, we didn't make that decision, but we appoint the city manager who ultimately does. And so, as Holly said, all of it comes back to us. It's really, so ultimately, I like that we had a second arborist report. I think that's important, that there was a very clear record and that there was no other choice to make the decision. In general, I think we always should strive to put information out sooner to the public because, especially in a place like Laguna where we have highly sophisticated residents who want to read the reports, they want to read not just the first arborist report, but the second arborist report. We want to put that information out there. So I think if we could go back in time and do this again, that would have been my preference, is just to put some of that information out earlier, put the video out earlier. I thought the mayor and city manager did a great job. But again, that's something that we always strive for in government, is just to have an ongoing process of improvement and putting more factual information out sooner. And, finally, I think that I agree with the comments of my colleagues about, I'm not a tree expert. I've learned a lot about trees tonight, but I think that the idea of some variation there and hearing some of the feedback that we heard, that could be helpful. So as always, it's great to be, I never want to be someone who doesn't accept criticism. I think we all get better when there is criticism, and when we have disagreement, that's how we make better decisions. So I appreciate everyone's participation tonight, and I know that will continue.
Thank you. Sue?
Yeah, just a few things. One is, so the council, you guys aren't on the council, obviously. We work very closely with Dave. Dave works very closely with us. We talk to Dave all the time. Dave's very responsive to us. And we have a lot of trust and confidence in him. And we're very lucky to have him as our city manager. We got him out of retirement basically to come here. And so, as a council, we're very protective of him because we value him, and we've all worked for different city managers, and we've seen a lot of chaos, via the media and other things in other cities where the council's not really all that solid, or the city manager has a lot of turnover. And so we're just very lucky here. I think, one thing for me is, so even aside from being a council member, but most importantly is being a council member, our job is for public safety, and we worry about that. When we have a fire in this town, like we had that fire last year when Alex was mayor, I'll tell you, for the residents, there's nothing that gets us more worked up than having a fire. And when last time I was mayor, we had 2 fires in 1 year. I thought, Bob said, well, I've been the mayor for 5 times and I've never had a fire on my watch, and you've had 2. I'm like, okay, thanks. But we do really worry about that. And that's why when Ruben made that comment about me and trees, when a person says to me who lives in an area where I don't live, we had a storm and I'm worried about those trees, then I'm not going to say, well, I'm not worried about them. I'm going to say, well, let's have somebody take a look, because I don't want anything to come down on anybody. We, as a council, had no intention of taking out those trees. They weren't in our design. They weren't in our plan. We were bothered about it, sick about it. One thing is we did have a communications gap, I think just a short period of time where we just didn't get the information out quickly enough. And after it started coming out, people started asking some pretty good questions. And it's also people consume their news in different ways. Some people, get it via Nixle with the reports. A lot of people get it on social media. And so if we're not, on the ball with our social media game, then some people just miss it. So that's another thing we have to get better at. In terms of what kind of trees we plant, we'll have to talk about that. See what to do about that. And that's my comments.
Great, thank you. And I too do think that we could do better with communications. However, there's a lot to talk about, and I would like to actually talk to the community about that. I don't really engage much with some of threally platforms, and I don't intend to, but some of the comments have been shared with me as we've gone through this, especially next door. And I'm really not sure how to overcome a lot of the disinformation that was shared with me, and also the vileness of the nature of it is very disappointing. But with that said, I do want to try to focus on just the trees, but I think that there are some comments that were made that I think that we could have a conversation about. Tony brought up an interesting, she said the plan for the third story in the downtown. Now, that's another good example. There's no plan for third story in the downtown. There's an EIR report, and obviously we need to understand some of these details. The canyon conversation was brought up. Obviously early on had concerns with the canyon, but would I like to learn more about the opportunities that might exist for evacuations and safety? So would I like to see that conversation go further and not have it killed by just, up without us being able to vet it and really have a conversation about it? Also brought up was the birds. Not long ago, we held up the construction of the fire station number 4 because there was a hummingbird nest found down there. And we stopped construction on that project for several months, waiting for those birds to hatch in that nest. One of the folks or persons involved with the observation of the trees that was down on the promenade, keeping an eye on the trees, was also a wildlife observer, a certified wildlife observer. So she was providing us with information regarding the birds as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, to what extent, Dave, but we originally did do a tree assessment prior to this project early on. And they came and they did give us an assessment. In my memory, I mean, these things stretch on for so long, it's hard to remember all of the details. But do you remember such an evaluation?
That's a better Tom question.
Yes. So yes, Dudek, prior to construction, they did a visual inspection of all the trees to set that as the baseline for pre-construction. And the plan was to perform the inspections throughout and then again at the conclusion of the project.
And isn't that how they came up with that, the plan to work around them when they gave us the radius, how much space around each tree and the orange fencing and all that stuff?
Yeah,
Was it all related to that?
The TPZ zones were based off of the city's tree protection guidelines.
So I will say this, and I don't know if it came out in all the meetings we had, but part of that report and part of the information as it was coming in, I personally knew that there was a risk because I remembered a report that insinuated such, just like what was brought up on Ocean Avenue. And I'm also not sure, one last question for you is, are we widening the street or sidewalks on Ocean Avenue? Is that part of the plan?
No, the only area we were looking at widening was beach, and that was to allow additional room for the ficus tree near the channel.
Okay, so that was for the ficus tree?
Yes.
Okay. So again, so that wasn't on Ocean. That I know exactly where you're talking about. So again, we can have some more conversations about the improvements on Ocean Avenue, but I didn't remember that there was a sidewalk widening. Again, there's not a third story planned on the downtown. And keep in mind also, folks, that when you talk to people about what they think the downtown is, that's what they think the downtown is. The downtown specific plan goes to the Boys and Girls Club. That area out there, the Arts District, what we all know as the Arts District, is currently zoned for 3 stories. It is currently zoned for housing on the 3rd story. So I think that when we consider this, we need to know what's already in place. So, and again, I know I'm diverting from the conversation around the trees, but I just wanted to bring a couple of those points up. And I think that I'll talk to the city manager and see if we can't find a way to have kind of a general conversations to set some of these things straight, the questions that I've seen online that have come up. There's probably 6 of them that I think are worthy of a conversation. So if there's no other further, do you have any further thoughts?
No, I don't. This is just a receive and file item.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you for your patience and appreciate it.
We're not done with the meeting, but
But I
We'll move
will take a
items.
2-minute break.
yeah, 2-minute break.
How about 3?
had no idea.
I know.
Okay, we'll jump into matters from the mayor, city council, and the city manager.
I'm done talking. I think Anne Marie had something she wanted to offer, though.
Yeah, now that I have a mouthful of food. But I just wanted to mention ballots are going to be dropping on May 4th. So our ballot drop box that we had by the library has been moved. So it's now by City Hall in Lot 12. I specifically requested this to be moved after the Friends of the Library reached out. I think it's a better location. It'll provide better accessibility to people. So hopefully you'll see it and you'll enjoy how much easier that makes it to vote. There's also another change, vote centers. We'll still have the vote center at the Suzy Q. That's going to be a 4-day vote center. Instead of Lang Park, the other vote center is going to be at the CRC, which is the old St. Catharines, because there were electrical issues with Lang Park. So hopefully this will make everything easier for the county and for our voters in voting. And speaking of voting, just keep in mind, you cannot steal political signs. Don't deface them, don't remove them, unless they are on your property and you didn't allow it. So if you see signs that are in areas they don't belong, such as the right-of-way or on poles, then contact code enforcement, report them through the Ask Laguna app, and the appropriate staff will have them removed. And then lastly, we sent out that we are looking for people to apply for committees. Those are Planning Commission, Arts Commission, Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, Housing and Human Services, Parking, Traffic and Circulation, and View Restoration. So if you're interested in any of those committees, you need to submit that application to me no later than Thursday, May 14th at 5 o'clock. And that application is on the website. And then the last thing I have is more of a personal item. I just want to recognize that we lost a member of our community that was very involved in this community, Roger Kempler. He passed away after a determined fight with cancer. He was active literally to the last week of his death. So I just want to pass along my heartfelt thoughts with the family, with Ellen and Holly and Alex. And I know that Alexis is going to have a presentation from the Council of Proclamation at the May meeting, but I did want to recognize Roger's passing. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Me.
Megan,
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Sue,
Thank you. Yeah, Anne Marie mentioned Roger, and there's been a series of events for recognizing Roger. And we had on Sunday, they had bagels at the amphitheater at Heisler Park. Mark and I went, and it was very well attended. It was a very sweet time with the community. His daughters were there, and his wife Ellen was there. We got a chance to talk to them, and we're going to recognize her with Roger with a proclamation. When's our next meeting? May 12th. He was a wonderful guy, and he was an energetic, enthusiastic, really smart, talented guy. He taught me how to play pickleball, which was, I see my friend Claudia there, but she also taught me, but he was really fun to play with, very forgiving, very patient. And he was just a great guy. It's very sad to see him, not around here anymore, but he was a great member of our community, and we're going to miss him. Just a couple other things. The fire department, police department, and marine safety have been hosting these community preparedness and evacuation workshops, and I've gone to 3 of them. Last night I went to the one for Bluebird, and we had, I don't know, maybe 70 people there. And all these are great. If you can go to one, they're fantastic. You just doesn't necessarily have to be in your area, but if you just go, It's a really good thought exercise, really good information, and people are really appreciating. We're getting more and more people every time we have one of these. So I'm just going to read off what's left to do here. So on Thursday at the Community Rec Center, they'll have a preparedness and evacuation workshop for the Cianothus and Wesley area. And then on Tuesday, May 5th, again at the Rec Center for Mar Vista and Sunset. And then on Monday, 5/11, same place, Community Rec Center, Coastal Residential, and Central and South. And then the last one is for all zones. So if you happen to miss, you can go to the all zones ones too. But if anyone that you can go to is fantastic. And I think, you'll really get a lot out of it. That's it for me.
Yeah, I don't have any report except just to echo the comments made by our city clerk and Councilmember Kempf about what a loss this community faced with Roger Kempler, someone who I was lucky enough to get to know. I think it's, in Stu News, that he was described as a Renaissance man. He was a lawyer. He was a historian. And of particular importance is his work on the rec committee to create naming opportunities for some of the Laguna legends that preceded him, to ensure that future generations would know about the work that they did in various parks. So I would ask the mayor that we adjourn the meeting in his honor later tonight. So that is my only report.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen, not Mr. Whalen.
Nothing other than Roger was a good friend, and he used to, every time I saw him, he'd talk to me about the Boston Celtics, because he was a big Lakers fan. But he did some great work on the rec committee, and I think reflected over at Riddle Field too is some of really what Roger inspired. With the plaque for Arnold Haino and some of the other items over there. So he's going to be greatly missed. I'm glad we're going to adjourn in his honor. I think that's a great suggestion from Alex.
Thank you. Hallie?
Definitely want to echo my fellow council members' recognition of Roger Kempler. He was a huge force in this community, and the family really has been for a long time. So my heart goes out to that family. Just a quick report on some of the things I've been up to. We had a Laguna Canyon Foundation board meeting. I attended my first Visit Laguna Beach board meeting. We had an environmental sustainability committee meeting. I was able to attend the fire department badge pinning ceremony. I see Chief King out there, and that's always a really meaningful event. And Arbor Day, timing on that was unfortunate, but it was a lovely event, and I was happy to be there. I also got to meet with the lead scientist at Heal the Bay. And I got to stop by Truly's soft opening, Truly Pizza in North Laguna. So I was happy to visit with them and enjoy some of their delicious food.
Great, thank you. I will greatly miss Roger. He was always so positive and appreciative, and he was one of the kindest people that I used to get to hang out with, and he was always very nice to my son as well, and they had a great relationship as well. So he will be greatly missed. On I can't remember, it was such a busy week. Friday, Saturday, we had the Art Stars Award. It was a great event, very well attended. We had a film at the Rivian, The Way of the Well, and it just really reminded us of what close attention we need to pay to our ocean, and it was a great event. We had the Laguna Canyon event at the Nick Center. It was a great event. I had a public works meeting with staff to talk about solid waste. We had a centennial meeting. Austin Ezell, I met with Seth from the hospital and Dr. Rubel. We had a discussion regarding the clinic and the hospital, and just kind of a high-level conversation. Dr. Rubel just wanted to make an introduction. Sue and I met with the Victoria Beach neighborhood just to discuss some of their problems there on their local issues. Sherry Morgan, Sue Wyden, Douglas Vogel, Jennifer Zeider, Kathy Yerka, Cody Tyler, Bethany, Jeff Randolph, Derek Laban, podcast. A gentleman owns the real estate office right over here across from the promenade. Evan from SWA, Friends of the Library event. I attended one of their events. Revenue ad hoc meeting, stewardship focus group, objective design standard meeting. I had a presentation from the Neighborhood Congregational Church from Bill Whitty and his staff. Wastewater Zoom, fire department badge pinning, which was a great event. Laguna Joe Hanauer and Cindy Pruitt with Laguna Beach Live. And I attended the Arbor Day event on Friday. Met with Dave Brown and Dave Ship, and that's it. So we can now move on to the consent calendar. So who would like to pull anything off the consent calendar? Any council members?
Consent item 5, please.
5. 5, 8, and 12.
I'd move
Okay,
I'd move the balance except for 5, 8, and 12.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, we'll go to item number 5.
So this was pulled by an audience member?
Yeah.
Deborah
Just to confirm, was everything pulled by audience?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Is it okay to?
Yeah.
Okay. Deborah Lawton, and first I wanted to talk about, I wanted to give a kudo. Okay?
We'll take it.
You'll take it. The item 3.24.020, control of appropriations. I like that wording, that it gives the city manager the right to approve the transfer appropriations within a fund, but not for the purpose of increasing the number of authorized city personnel. Nicely done. Thank you. I wanted to be able to say a thank you for a change. But I would like a little explanation on item 3.24.040, control of expenditures, financial reporting. I'm not quite clear when we're kind of dealing with a deficit and it looks like it might accumulate over time, that we're going to go to a quarterly instead of a monthly report on finances, and that it won't be the director of finance giving the report, but of administrative services. So I thought that maybe you guys could explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. So would you like to do a presentation on this?
Just answer the question.
Michelle,
Are there any other comments? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On this matter? None? Okay.
Yes, Michelle Bannigan, Director of Administrative Services. To answer this last question, there was a reorganization of the city. So there's no longer a Director of Finance. It's now the Director of Administrative Services and oversees human resources and finance. So that was just updating the language to conform to the current organization at the city. It's still being prepared. It would still be a report and analysis prepared by, finance division personnel. The issue of monthly to quarterly financial reporting was addressed at both the study session and the first reading at the last meeting. And it was really just to modify the ordinance based on practice. And there hasn't really been a monthly financial report being done at all as far as a public meeting. And so we're doing internal management reporting from our finance system for the management team here. We haven't put that in the public meeting to the city council. So we had recommended at the study session, we discussed a detailed financial analysis every quarter, starting with the quarter ending September 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Dave, can you give me some clarity on the comment about the accumulated deficit?
Sure. I think what the speaker is referring to is a forecast. We do multiple forecasts frequently. Our goal is still to present a balanced budget to you. And we'll be doing that, I think, the next meeting. It's a challenge. As just take this opportunity to remind folks, we've got a lot of demands, including from visitors, and we staff our police department and our lifeguards to not to deal with 23,000 people, but to deal with tens of thousands more on any one day. They don't all pay for themselves. And again, our property taxes are doing fine, but our sales tax is flat, and our TOT is about to struggle with Pacific Edge going offline for 2 years. And then, so it's going to be a difficult budget conversation next week, just to give everyone a heads up. But I appreciate the question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, bless you.
I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed. Now we're on 8. So who called up number 8?
Hi, Council. Thank you very much. Nick Aronoff, fourth generation resident. The main issue for pulling it tonight is just, this, by the way, this is AI, not real. The branding is AI, not the trash. The trash is very real. The Clean Laguna program is well-intentioned. I pick up trash just like you, Councilmember Kemp. But I feel like it's missing the mark. If this is approved, we've now spent roughly $200,000 through the Visit Laguna appropriations since the start of the year. And what do we have to show so far? Just a video for residents that was played at the Rivian back in February, a website that hasn't launched yet, and a handful of social media posts. And now we have the Clean Laguna branded trash cans and banners. Now, the trash cans, I'm not against at all. Those are absolutely needed. But how about some enforcement increase, trash pickup? I think we can all agree if that $200,000 was spent directly on that, the residents would notice a difference. So again, the cost is concerning. One thing that was listed in the documents, which I don't know if there was something, anything's been updated, but when is this program being initiated? When is it ending? We don't have any of that information. Now on the locations, I'm curious to know what data has been used to justify the locations of the trash cans selected. When I was reviewing it, there was nothing for Thousand Steps. There was nothing for Crescent Bay or within Heisler Park. Those are very high traffic areas. And I know you guys have mentioned before about the data, about being able to use, the location data to see what is a high traffic area. I know you have, I believe, 10th Avenue, but not 9th Avenue. And I know the trash cans there are the bigger ones that you guys will be wrapping with these. So that's a big oversight. We have a lot of locations that are on PCH instead of in the respective beaches where the problem exists. The problem's not on PCH, it's on the beaches. Some of the locations like Victoria Beach only has one at Nye's Place. We have 2 entrances at Victoria Beach. I think it would be more visual at the 2 different entrances. The proposal when it comes to the banners has lots of question marks. So is this not a complete report that we're appropriating money towards? How about increasing the amount of signs that we have that show the fines? These are great branding, Laguna like a local, respect it, protect it. How about we show the fines? Hey, I know we have those easels. Are we adding more of those to this respective, to the different beaches where we're having these issues? So again, focus more on the trash cans, not on the street poles, the high traffic areas and the beaches at a minimum. Before, and with enforcement and the increasing of the trash pickup, because, we can't tell people to respect it and protect it if we don't give them somewhere to put it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Susan Kinsey, a local Laguna Beach resident, and I also work in town. I'm here to respectfully ask that you expand the ordinance for restricting and prohibiting beach canopies to also include.
This is your one next item.
Yeah.
Are we not on 12?
No.
No.
8.
I jumped the gun.
Yeah, you'll get there quickly. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Hi, Aaron Peluso again. I think Nick, I'm in support of the positive messaging and the expense to help try and rebrand our city in a positive light. But I don't think it should come at the expense. If we have to choose one or the other, I choose enough trash cans and enough people cleaning out the trash, because so much of our trash problem is when those trash cans get overflowed because we don't have enough of them, or we don't have enough people clearing them out throughout the day, especially on the surge. And I understand that it'll never be perfect, and it's impossible to predict, when it's going to be crazy crowded all the time. And so I understand that it's a moving target, but we need to make sure that we're not, throwing a pretty banner on something rather than actually trying to resolve the problem. And so I think he made a good point in regards to that. And I think we did that trial program at Woods Cove. I think it was last summer, and I'm not a local down there, but I heard from the locals that it had a significant positive impact. And so I think we should be pairing our positive messaging with the stick as well. We need the carrot and the stick. And we should be placing more of those types of signs at the entrances to our most impacted beaches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Zider, I wasn't expected to speak on this, but since someone pulled it, I guess what concerns me in the staff report is, again, more money going out to visit Laguna Beach for a plan that was not fully thought out. I'm looking at the staff report and it says, these elements have been identified as critical to achieving the campaign's intended effectiveness, but were not fully accounted for in the initial implementation budget. Why not? Now you're asking for an additional $160,000 to throw on top of what you've already given them, which is a little over $200,000. I mean, is this just an endless bucket of money that's going to keep coming out to fund our new stewardship program? It seems to me there should be some responsibility for the people who put the program together to have all the components. This isn't a change order situation on a contract. They bid for the contract. They said, this is what we need, and yet we're giving them more money. So they're going to come back again in another 6 months and say, oh, we need more. We forgot that part of the program too. So again, when you're giving out money, why don't you hold these people to the fire and make them live within their budget instead of coming back to the well again and again? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None? Okay, I'll bring it back to council, and we'll have a presentation with staff, I guess. Or questions? Do you want to
Just for
answer any
questions,
of the
we
questions?
don't have a presentation.
Okay. Do you want to address any of the comments that were made?
I think on the, a couple of comments, I know we did put a list in, there is a map, or not a map, but there is a list of where the trash cans will be and for the banners. And there aren't any trash cans listed on Thousand Steps Beach, but we can always add, and I'm probably have John Zegowitz here with me, who is pretty much part of this campaign, but there's always opportunity to add more trash cans to this program. In fact, I believe the Montage was asking to add some at Treasure Island just to be informative to their guests of some of the programs that are this particular program going on here. After they saw the video, I think they were very much enthusiastic about it and wanted to add more, like say the trash cans there at that location. And I just wanted to remind, I guess, the council and the public, some great comments about funding. But remember, this particular funding is from the tourism district program. So you have to be a little bit careful when you look at that funding. It really needs to go for this stewardship program. And when you get into operations, it becomes more of city money. So this money necessarily can't be spent on, say, more trash cans or more services that the city would normally provide. It really needs to go toward this stewardship program, and you're held to those guidelines. Even though it comes into the city, you're still held to those guidelines.
Oh, thank you. Any comments from council?
I think the creative is great. I'm really excited to see this campaign executed and implemented. And this is not in place of, I think, really increased enforcement and increased services. We need to do those things as well, as Gavin said. So this is in addition to.
Do you have a comment, Bob?
No, I was just wondering, I know you and Sue have been working on this stewardship effort, and I think doing a good job with it. Some of the commentary questions we had, I mean, have we surged the number of trash cans? Do we have the right number of trash cans deployed? Are we going to be deploying more? What's our answer to that?
I wish we had Reza here because he's been helping us with this, but I don't know what the answer to the trash can question is because they're not here, but I do know that they pick up at least 3 times a day now. And so I think one of the things Reza said was they need to shift the times that they pick up to make sure, like maybe later at night and very early in the morning.
Is Bob talking about the number of trash cans that are part of this program, or what?
Well, I know this isn't exactly, I mean, this is wrapping, right? And
That's right.
And messaging, I get that. And I think it's very creative. I think it's going to be good and effective. But one of the comments we heard from the public was, you know, do you have the right number of trash cans out there at the right locations? And that's the question I was asking.
I personally, and I think Dave is looking at the trash cans.
Yeah, I can send you through Reza a council memo and
Yep.
post that somehow so the public is aware. At least I know the people who are speaking.
We've
about it.
definitely been having conversations about, you know, the trash cans being overwhelmed and trash piling up and getting out there sooner after the weekend is over and things of that nature. That's been a strong conversation, and I definitely agree with it. Did you have a comment?
No, I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to being at the right trash cans at the right times and trying to be able to anticipate when it is that they get over. I mean, I think we need more trash cans in general, but also just, I mean, there has to be a way with AI and everything where you could get some sort of a warning when you have, you know, a situation that no one likes where all the trash is just piling up. I mean, I don't know. With technology today, there has to be a way. So I think we should look at more trash cans. We should look at more frequency always of picking, you know, cleaning them out and emptying them. But then I think it comes down to, can we be more strategic and data driven and leveraging technology and get, you know, figuring out when those situations present themselves, or just learning from understanding the trends of, you know, what the perfect schedule would be during a busy beach day, so that we don't have those situations.
Great. So interestingly enough, the other night at the event at the Nick's Nature Center, the Laguna Canyon Foundation, he did a great speech about education and just what it meant and how much success they've had with education. And also I've been given some other case studies in some other countries around the world that have had great success just through, you know, awareness to people visiting their community. So I'm looking forward to this. I think it's a start. I'd like to see our education go further, and I'm looking forward to it. So does anybody have anything else to say, or do we have a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, number 12.
That was my cue.
Email today.
I did.
Yeah.
Guilty. I'm here to respectfully ask that you expand the ordinance for restricting and prohibiting beach canopies to also include the beach-adjacent parks. If you restrict canopies on the sand while allowing canopies just steps away on our beach-adjacent parks, you're not solving the problem of overcrowding, you're relocating it. In many cases, our beach-adjacent parks are more constrained than the beaches themselves. Continuing to allow large 8x8 canopy means a handful of groups can effectively continue to take over a significant portion of the public space with large-scale setups and oversized footprints, limiting access for everyone else that wants to enjoy the park. And we know firsthand, the larger the setup, the larger the footprint, the larger the trash, and the more debris left behind. I'm asking that you apply the same standards to the beach-adjacent parks that you're applying to the beaches to ensure these spaces remain truly public for everyone to enjoy, not just the first few that show up early and claim it with the biggest setup. While I know that the #1 goal of the revised ordinance is safety and lifeguard sightlines, it is clear that the #2 goal is to establish sensible ways to handle overcrowding on our small beaches and parks. Please eliminate canopies completely or drastically reduce the allowed size at the beach adjacent parks, particularly Picnic Beach and Heisler Park. This action will surely be an easy, no-cost way to increase our quality of life in Laguna Beach, especially for those of us that live in North Laguna Beach. Laguna Beach doesn't belong to the earliest arrivals of the largest setups. It really belongs to everyone. I've brought some photos for your review to show you what I see on a daily basis, and my husband, who's so patient to be here with me today, that really just shows the impact of these canopies. And it's to be noted that I've noticed that the new ordinance is being revised to increase what's currently on the books from a 6x6 to an 8x8. So really, the new ordinance is just going to more negatively impact our adjacent beach parks that many of us enjoy all year round. May I pass these photos? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Do I go or wait for the photos?
You can go.
All right. South Laguna skimboarding, I think we finally nailed it. Thank you to Marine Safety and the Assistant City Attorney for working to get that language right, and looking forward to things being exactly how they always have been. On the canopies, I thought the prior speaker made a pretty good point. Our current rule is 6x6x6, and we're despite news articles to the contrary, what we're doing is we're basically allowing for more size and more canopies, or a larger size of canopy, I should say. We are restricting the area because we have that, prototypical beach umbrella. And so only in certain areas at Main Beach and Aliso would they be allowed. But to me, a big part of the problem, in addition to the sight lines and so forth, is, the canopies, I don't know how tall they are, but an easy up is 10 by 10. And so now we've got an 8 by 8, and that's a size that doesn't exist. So now if you go down there with a 10 by 10 and you're in the designated area, you're still not compliant with the way that this is written. I don't know if that's just an oversight or it just maybe wasn't fully fleshed out. I will say again that I think probably the easiest thing I know it's an edge case, and it's a split council and so forth. I think Sue had a really good comment last time, which is it'll be really clear if we have it at the border to our city with those big electronic signs and it says no easy ups or no canopies or whatever the language would be. If we can intercept them before they even get inside town limits, then that will make Marine Safety's job a lot easier than trying to explain why they can't have the easy up on the beach in one area and they have to drive to another beach and set up on a zone on a map that they can't see. It's going to be complicated. So just consider that, and consider the 8 by 8 by 6, I think it is, which I don't know what fits under there, but it's not something that anybody owns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Whitney Aronoff, and I did not come from the trees tonight at all. I came just for this, simply because I just wanted to communicate some items that I've seen recently, which I'm sure you guys have seen as well. And you are probably already thinking about is, if you still allow some sort of tent of any size, they're just going to move away from the section that you deemed that they can't be, and be creative and find a new place. They're going to go onto the grass. They're going to go onto parts of Heisler Park. They'll find other beaches in town to relocate to. And one of the examples is a turquoise tent that sets up in front of the lifeguard headquarters almost every day. It's 2 Asian men. One doesn't speak English, and they're selling an Australian face cream on WhatsApp online. You can't follow it because it's all in Asian. They're very friendly, but they're there for business. They set up their tent for business, and they aren't the only one using these tents as their office. They will stay there past sunset, because I'll finish my walk in Heisler Park, which I can only do Monday through Thursday, because Tent City Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is so out of control with the drinking, the drugs, the music, the scene. I can't go down there on the weekend. But sales take place in these tents every single day. And so if you don't just ban the tents, these businesses are just going to move to different spots in town. And I want this to be eliminated because I think we all want the same thing. We want our town to be cleaned up. We want it to be elevated where it needs to be elevated. We want to see better shops and restaurants come into town. I'm a chef and I grew up in this town. I'm 4th generation. I won't eat here. I won't eat at any restaurant in town. I'm so grateful Truly Pizza came into town and they're wonderful people, but our food is horrific. I don't recommend any place to anybody and I don't dine any place. And that's terrible. When I was raised in this town and I loved 5 Feet. I loved, a la carte. I loved so many of the restaurants in our town. And why would anybody want to come here and open a restaurant right now? We have a low ROI tourist. And I know you guys know that. We want to see an evolution and an upgrade. But the tent city situation is participating in the problem. Potentially, I don't know, I'm not the expert, but I really want to see this change in a positive way. So thank you for listening. Have a
Thank
good night.
you. Next speaker.
Hi. I echo the comments of some of the previous speakers about the fact, and I spoke at this last council meeting, and we were almost there. I know Sue and Alex, we almost had it. Now, hopefully, that's why it's a second reading, and hope we can, push Mark or Hallie or Bob across the finish line here. They need to be banned for. I mean, we had the bomb scare a couple weeks ago, and nothing positive tends to happen under these tents because people are bringing everything but the kitchen sink. They're barbecuing, they're sitting there all day, and that's where a lot of the problems come. And as for the lifeguards can speak on this better than I can, they're not able to see. And especially this I would prefer a complete ban. But if you guys aren't going to go that way and do a complete ban, you have to eliminate that area between Sleepy Hollow and Hotel Laguna that you guys added at the last minute. As City Manager Dave Kiff said, the Pacific Edge is going to go under construction. And so we don't need those tents setting up in front of that construction area where there's not going to be a lot of people, maybe not even have a lifeguard because of the construction. And that's just going to lead to more problems. And that's what these tents do. It's like the first domino of all the things that we're trying to eliminate from town and that we're trying to ban with these fines, and that our enforcement can't see with these tent coverings. If you have them near the volleyball courts where I play, and I know Councilmember Jones, you play there as well, that's just going to corral everything into those areas, and it's going to make it very dense, and it's not going to be very pretty, especially when things overflow onto the beach adjacent parks. I wasn't able to share some photos tonight in time. They're setting up in Heisler Park up against our trees and, damaging the trees. And it's not a good look for town. And, in the previous item that I pulled about, we have this new campaign called Laguna Like a Local. No local takes an Easy Up tent to the beach. What kind of message are we sending? Laguna Like a Local, you use an umbrella, right? So, if we want to make this an elevated thing and try to, it's I'm sure with the marketing of the trash cans, it's an all-encompassing thing. We have the enforcement, we have the porters, we have the signage. With the Easy Ups, we ban the Easy Ups, and that'll slowly start with the less drinking issues, the glass, the barbecuing, the tickets, and then maybe enforcement can, start worrying about other things, and the lifeguards can worry about, marine safety and making sure that people aren't, getting injured in the ocean. And so, yes, we don't want to say no to people. We don't want to ban things, but we have to stay elevated as a town. And if people only have those big tents, they can go somewhere else. We're not banning them from the beach. They can go to another beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Redfern. I know that you charge money in order to rent the gazebo for weddings, or you charge money for up in whatever that amphitheater is in North Laguna. I don't recall the name of that park. Those places you have to have reservations in order to have a wedding there, to use the gazebo. There are fireplaces, the barbecues, they're at Heisler Park. I think that those should be, people show up at 6 o'clock in the morning or whenever you can come to a park, and they monopolize it all day long. And you should be able to only stay there 2 hours or 4 hours. And I think that would help to eliminate some of these problems if we spread it around and not have a group of people come in and monopolize one part of our city where we as residents can't even use it because they've shown up at 6 o'clock in the morning to hang out there all day long.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? None. I'll bring it back to council. And does anybody have any questions? Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
I'm not
Oh,
quite.
I'm going to reopen public comment.
Pardon?
I'm reopening public comment.
Not totally up to snuff on this, but a couple of thoughts. I assume that we do have some beach cameras. And, policing from a remote when having enforcement really, the law doesn't have any teeth unless it's got a bite. So that's really where it needs to start. The other thing too is I do hate being a no guy, but having signage that indicates how much the fine will be and have it posted at every entrance at the base of the staircase will alert people that this is not appropriate. The signage that I see at the beach right now, or I have seen, is pretty passive. I think it probably needs to be something that's a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, and the other thing too is that the cameras, again, not fully aware of this, but possibly have cameras mounted that at trash sites that can be remotely reviewed, so that as trash is filled up, somebody can be sent directly over to pick up the trash, and that way you can stay on top of it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council. Again, I wanted to tie back the.
Sorry, your name.
Oh, sorry, Christina Cernick. Thank you. Echo everything that everyone has said, and also to bring it back to the whole purpose of the trees, right? The whole issue was safety. And so with these tents, having them really hinders the lifeguards from being able to do their jobs with these fires and parties that are happening underneath them, and it is not providing a safe environment. So I just want to reiterate and echo that everything that everyone has said, but also bring it back to the safety of the city and the way that people can respond, and having these like large gatherings under the tents all over the city. And to what other people have pointed out, people will get creative. They will do it elsewhere. It really does hinder safety on not only our locals, but those on the beaches trying to enjoy the beach as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? None? Okay, we'll bring it back to council, and it looks like we have staff who are ready to answer some questions. Any questions? Do you want to answer some of the questions or some of the items that?
Good
came up
evening,
in
Mayor
the
and City
comments?
Council. Kai Bond, Chief of Marine Safety. Just as a reminder, if we do decide to implement this ordinance, we will be effectively banning canopies. I don't know the exact percentage, but about 95% of our beaches. So I appreciate the comments that we're getting. And I think we'll effectively see a change, throughout our community as far as the lack there of easy ups. I can see the concern about adjacent city parks. The 8x8, the 10x10, the 12x12 easy up, they all do exist. And we've been enforcing easy up regulations for decades now. So we have quite a bit of experience in the easy up zones that we've identified on Main Beach and Aliso of having people shrink it down to 8x8. I think those zones are responsible. However, I do understand their concerns. As far as the signage goes, we've the city manager and I have dealt with that in a couple areas as far as stronger language and some sandwich board signage, which this ordinance would be included on those signs. And the other suggestion of having the signs as you come into town, that's part of the plan too, as we roll this out after the second reading. So all of those things have been taken into consideration. And just as a reminder, it would be just Main Beach and a small sliver of Aliso Beach. something else I appreciated from the last meeting was from Mayor Pro Tem Jones, that we were going to bring this back in a year from now and talk about it again. So if for whatever reason these zones don't work and don't fit the need of our residents and our visitors, then we can talk about it again.
Thank you. Any questions, staff?
We had an email today, I guess, regarding some procedural aspects of adopting, was it this ordinance? Has the city attorney reviewed that? Are we fine to proceed?
Councilmember Whalen, there was an email that related to a Brown Act allegation, and I think in short, the argument was that because we changed specific provisions in the ordinance, that it required like noticing on the face of the agenda. The Brown Act requires that we notice, with a general topic, what we're going to be discussing. So Title 18 is a sufficient notice, and you don't have to attach the exact ordinance that you're going to adopt. You're free to make changes, as we often do at meetings. And so I'm not concerned. And to be perfectly honest, it was a cure and correct demand, and you would nevertheless be curing it tonight by your action. So for many reasons, I don't have concerns about it. We will formally, actually, under Brown Act provisions, come back at the next meeting with a consent item to deny it. But for purposes of for tonight, you're free to proceed.
Other comments? I'm concerned about the enforcement. I think that the idea of having the signs in the canyon, is a good idea, except that would only work if there was an all-out ban. If it just says there's a ban on a few beaches, then I don't think people are really going to get it until they get here and get to the specific beaches. I guess I haven't been made that aware, and I walk around a lot, and I'm not doubting it at all, and I'm concerned about this notion of illegal activity being done. Have you witnessed much to that? Any shenanigans going on in related under the canopies, or any sales activity or anything?
Sales, unsure of, not personally something that I've witnessed. The beach is an open public area, so it's very difficult to point to specific things and say there's shenanigans here or there's wrongdoings here. I can understand what the comments are, but I think a lot of it can be mitigated if we do have these zones and we can look specifically at them and again, see if it works and have this discussion a year from now to better understand it.
And if I may add to Chief Bond's statement, in the city's proposed ordinance, there's the same language that currently exists, which prohibits business on city property, including the beaches and the parks. So to the extent that something is identified, that can be reported to code enforcement to address.
And I understand that, but we have a problem oftentimes with enforcement. I mean, it's a big beach. There's a lot of people out there, and there's only so many rangers walking around, right? And I believe it's the rangers that monitor the parks, not marine safety. Is that correct?
It's a shared duty, but mostly the police department would be monitoring that area.
Heisler, up at the top. area.
Correct. Yes. Heisler Park.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason I personally, thought that I was in agreement with this was because it was in a year, and I thought that it would be difficult to do an all-out ban all at once. I thought that this would give us a little time to see if somebody could convince me if other ideas would work. So I guess that's what this is about, and I'll stick with my decision for now. Well, then make your case. I asked you if you wanted to say anything.
I made my case last.
You were supposed to try to convince me.
Well, you're supposed to be listening to the public. Wasn't that convincing?
Oh, now they're gonna, I was listening to
Ganging
you.
up on him. No, but
Sunday in downtown Vienna from noon to 6:30 or noon till sunset.
we can't be.
I will do that.
Okay,
I will do that.
Mark, you can't be.
I believe
Okay,
you.
wait.
It's not that I don't believe you. I do believe you, by the way, and I do walk a lot. I'm just looking at a couple of things. I'm trying to be sensitive to marine safety and their ability to do an all-out ban. That's what I'm getting at. And I'm trying to be, you know, just to weigh all of the different factors here. So anyway, anything else, Sue?
You know, I don't think we should have canopies, I said this last time, in the parks either. Again, I just think it's a lot easier. No, I know Kai doesn't agree with me, but I just think it's a lot easier to ban something if you out and out ban it. But that's just my opinion. Also, you know.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I think that you're right as far as that
Well,
argument
okay,
goes.
then,
Go one
Wait a
one
minute.
second. I have to follow the rules. The attorney gets upset with me. Did you have something, Bob? Okay, so
well, I mean, that's my opinion. And the other thing is, you know, we're gonna do some, I think we're gonna do some drone policing. Dave.
We have to work on a budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, so Dave, after summer, this is going to come back to us.
Which,
This issue.
well, if you pass it tonight, it's done for at least the summer season and into the fall. And if unless you want to revisit it midsummer, but I think the plan.
I would be okay with waiting till after summer, but can we make sure it comes back to us? And if it's a complete failure, we can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, just as a reminder for everybody, when you adopt an ordinance, you have first and second reading, and then it takes effect 30 days from now. So if there was a revision of the ordinance, you'd probably have to go back to first reading. Well, that's not to say any member of the council couldn't change their vote with the same ordinance, but revisions, sorry, I'm stepping on Megan's shoes.
You were doing a great job. I don't need to jump in. But to finish Dave's thought, if you do change the ordinance tonight, you can only on second reading change effectively Scrivener's errors. So any substantive change would require us to come back for first reading at the May 12th meeting. We would then have second reading, presumably at the May 26th meeting, and the ordinance would then take effect on June 25th.
Thank you for reminding less seasoned council members of that. Okay, so that's where we're at. I'm going to stick with it. Sorry, I'm going to be unpopular tonight. So do we have a motion?
I'd move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're voting for it.
No,
Well, but we want the, I guess,
The-
I'll vote yes with my comments in the record from last time.
Just to clarify, as the staff report notes, your votes, if you vote yes, will reflect your prior votes on those
Yeah,
motions. So you'll be on record as voting no against the canopy provisions, but yes for the rest of the ordinance. There is a separate resolution
That incorporates that.
that incorporates that. So that would not, your vote would be recorded as a yes on the resolution.
The history books will be able to look and see how we voted.
So it's going to show how you felt, except
Yeah,
for on the resolution, if you want to separately pull that out.
So I'll vote yes based on that. Yeah, because it reflects your other vote.
okay, I'll vote yes then,
Okay,
As long as it-
passes unanimously.
History books.
for the history.
Okay. We can now move on. Yeah.
17.
So we're on 17 now. This is a public hearing regarding a potential city charter.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, did we open the public hearing?
I'm looking at my instruction manual.
I apologize.
So
I'm
I'm
eager
open.
for this item.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing regarding the potential city charter.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Pat Donegan, Assistant City Attorney. I'll be providing the staff report on this item tonight. However, of course, this was a team effort. So Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, please feel free to jump in at any time. So by way of brief background on how we got here, on January 30th, 2026, at the strategic planning session, this council, I would say, briefly discussed whether the city should explore or consider the move from being a general law city to a charter law city. And for the benefit of the public, the next slide is going to get into the differences between those. The city attorney did prepare a memorandum, which is attached as attachment 1 to the staff report that generally outlines the steps in the process, as well as some of the pros and cons associated with that general law and charter city difference. On February 10th, 2026, City Council received a report on the city charter discussion and directed staff to return at a future date with a more robust discussion and some discrete specific topics addressed in that city charter. The draft, and I repeat, the draft city charter is attached as attachment 2. As I'm sure you are all aware, based off of this office's previous memo, the charter process is robust. Among other things, it requires 2 public hearings prior to the meeting for which the city council would formally decide whether or not to place the charter on a ballot before the residents. This is the first of those. We are aware of a public comment or public comments that question the public notice. In conjunction with Madam City Clerk and her office, we can assure you that the public notice was done correctly. It was published in the newspaper twice, and then of course posted in the 3 locations in the city. And then of course, just for your guys' edification, the elections code and county registrar do have some considerations in the scheduling, which we will get to later in this presentation. So before we kind of get into the substance of the charter and kind of that specific direction that we received from you guys at that February meeting, I want to be sure everyone's on the same page regarding what is a charter. Charter kind of serves as this foundational constitutional document. It must be approved by the city voters at the November election, or I guess at a future election, at a future general municipal election. Once adopted, it can only be changed via future voter approval. Examples from other jurisdictions in the state highlight how the length and complexity vary. We'll get into more details about why this draft charter looks the way it does and kind of some of the pros and cons. Slide here. The difference between a general law and charter city. Under California law, municipalities like the city must be organized under one of 2 legal structures, general or charter. General law cities derive their authority primarily from state statutes. Charter cities, by contrast, derive certain powers from a locally adopted charter pursuant to the California Constitution. Both systems perform kind of the same basic municipal functions. Their different sources of power do create some differences and meaningful implications. It's kind of why we are all here. Charter city does have more flexibility as it pertains to municipal affairs. Not everything that we touch or not everything that you guys regulate is a municipal affair. So it's not a blank check grant of authority that Laguna Beach can just have its own specific rules. Certain areas of law, such as Brown Act compliance, conflict of interest laws, and what we'll get to, state housing laws, would remain governed by state law as matters of statewide concern. So this is going to be somewhat of a rehash from the February meeting. However, I do think it's important since this is the first public hearing. We don't want to just rely upon that. I'll go through quickly some of the kind of the overall structure of the charter, some of the substance, but I think for the benefit of the public, it's worthwhile to perform this exercise. Article 1 is just stating that the boundaries of the city charter are the existing city boundaries. Next is Article 2, which is kind of this broad grant of authority to the city to basically say, hey, we will be a charter city. We reserve all the rights that a charter city can have. Now, once again, as we're going to explain further, there's not a ton of explicit policy in this charter. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we basically could just kind of highlight and call out the certain areas that we seek or hope to regulate in the future. And so I always kind of envision it the way it's drafted right now. It's kind of a 2-step process. Should the charter be adopted, then a future legislative action, typically an ordinance by the city council, would be necessary to kind of change the city policy on that. I do want to highlight that kind of broad grant of power in that Article 2, that is a policy choice. Certain other jurisdictions have attempted to limit their city charter to the topics of, let's say, taxing and finance, and then basically in their charter, it basically says, hey, for every other topic other than the one that we've explicitly enumerated, we're going to remain a general law city, or do they say that the laws that apply to the general law cities would apply to us? So once again, that's up to you all. I would say this kind of general one is more common. However, it's not mandated. And that's entirely a judgment policy call for you all. Take a look here. And then of course, in that article too, we're going to get to them on the next slides. There are a few topics expressly reserved. It's kind of a belt and suspenders approach, but we're kind of emphasizing, hey, these are some of the reasons why a city charter may or may not be beneficial to the city. So the first of those, we're going to go through 4 of them briefly. Public contracting. Public contracting is a municipal affair. That's even codified, I believe, in the public contract code that basically says charter cities, you guys can be exempt from kind of that rigid state competitive bidding process. Provided, this is the one caveat, we need a process ourselves. It can't be an arbitrary case by case where we just kind of, hey, let's see who we like. So we will need to, if we do go down this route, we will need to figure out some rules and processes and guardrails. But once again, we can't avoid that kind of rigid lowest responsible bidder with a responsive bid. I did want to note that the city did recently implement the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. That did provide us a little bit of flexibility. There are certain monetary caps on that, so that's not a panacea either. But that's kind of the law that you guys adopted, that up to a certain extent we can kind of go by force contract. The second level is kind of more of an informal bidding process based off pre-qualifications, and then of course higher than that, the general rules apply. The contracting for certain services, I know that was kind of a point of emphasis at the last meeting with, of course, parking enforcement. There's kind of a gray area, in my humble opinion, on what services, excuse me, there's not a gray area on that. Some cities do provide for contract parking services as general law cities. There is a pretty on point attorney general opinion, so it's not court of appeal, it's not statute. However, the charter city process does make it clear that under that concept, a charter city has much more flexibility to contract for all kinds of services, including parking enforcement. And as drafted, it kind of provides the maximum flexibility. But of course, if you all wanted to make the policy decision that we only want to be able to contract for insert service A, B, or C, you all could do that. I will say that there could be some existing MOUs and labor issues that have to be addressed prior to that. So probably couldn't just snap our fingers and do it, the week or two after a charter were to be adopted. Here we go. This is the one where, in my opinion, there could be some gray area, and that's on the municipal code fine amounts. The government code has a few sections that basically says that, hey, if this is an infraction or a misdemeanor, here are the kind of maximum fine amounts that can be applied. As I said before, there's a kind of a gray area on whether or not there's a maximum for Laguna Beach municipal code violations that are otherwise be misdemeanors. It is clear, though, that if a charter would be adopted, there wouldn't be no gray area. There would be no cap, of course, outside the excessive fines clause of the U.S. Constitution, such that we couldn't, fine someone $1 million for littering or something like that. And then the final one is bond indebtedness. In there's a flexibility to increase the maximum bond. The government code for general law cities sets this limit. And once again, we just called that out because that was kind of a topic of discussion during the February meeting. So the next articles, and I've kind of quoted or cited to the different articles in this PowerPoint presentation, deals with successions, form of government, and then elections. The way it's set up, and this is kind of key going back to one of my original points, all of our current laws, ordinances, and contracts are set to basically just transfer over. So if the city charter were to be adopted and we never took any other action, we would continue, in essence, to be basically a general law city without that future subsequent legislative act that would need to be taken to create a system about public contracting, to create a system about contract parking enforcement, so on and so forth. Form of government, once again, remains city council, city manager. All current council members would serve their current terms. City council would remain 5 members and 4-year terms would remain. There is an explicit language in there that does call out that says basically no single city council member can interfere with the duties of the city manager. And that's just a genuflection to our kind of city manager form of government we currently enjoy. We don't want a single council member taking up residence in city manager Kiff's office and saying, hey, don't do this, don't do that. You guys would still need to act as a group to kind of give direction so on and so forth. And then finally, elections. Cities' elections would continue to be governed by the municipal code and state law. So from that context, we would kind of basically remain a quote unquote general law city just for that. And once again, that's a policy choice for you all. The last two articles, those are kind of just interpretation, construction, nothing too super substantive in there. And they're kind of self-explanatory. I put a few of the bullet points up there. Violations, I guess, of the city charter would be a misdemeanor. I did kind of want to circle back on our review of the various charters and other jurisdictions. There's a range of detail and complexity, how much they flesh out the various issues. Some are dozens of pages, if not hundreds. Some are 2 or 3 pages that simply say, hey, we're a charter city, good for us. We get all the powers. This is kind of staff's best attempt at making it as much bare bones as possible, provided that did include some of these specific items at the directions of council. So if the council's desire would be pared down, that would be kind of on the margins, at least from our perspective. This is about as comfortable as we are with kind of that pared down. There's pros and cons. The expansive and limited approaches, of course, I'm sure you guys have already figured it out. The more bare bones, it does provide future councils the ability to change. If you kind of explore and flesh out a complete policy, the only way to change it is to go back to the voters. That's really a judgment policy call for you all, depending on your trust and confidence in each other and future councils, and then if there's anything we want to highlight or permanently enshrine in the city charter. Now would be the time to go ahead and let us know that. I did want to also address, there were a few public comments regarding what a charter can mean in terms of land use and zoning. Hey, is this a power grab? Is this going to allow the city council to do? And from my perspective, the answer is no. As an initial matter, the state takes the position that state housing laws, ADU laws, SB 9, all that stuff are matters of statewide concern. Thus, the idea that adopting city charter is going to free us from that, to me, is not a good one. Sure, I'll admit that there have been some wins in trial courts around the states. As Madam City Attorney can correct me, those are typically met with a swift fix from Sacramento, such that the win is, somewhat pyrrhic and just kind of, hey, that was good while it lasted, and I guess maybe you can get some attorney's fees and costs, but other than that, the actual substance, it's not really that juice really isn't worth the squeeze. And then further, nothing in the charter would allow the city's current zoning or land use regulations to change. You guys right now can change zoning and land use, not anytime you want. We have to notice it and stuff like that, but there's nothing that constrains you currently. And from my read, adoption of a city charter is not going to change that at all. That's kind of going to be the same ability for you guys to adopt zoning ordinances, so on and so forth, of course, with the state housing laws kind of always there. So for next steps, as I said, this is just the first public hearing. Government code requires us to have at least 2, 30 days apart. That does not mean we cannot have more. And so we want to be clear on that. Decision for the city council is to direct staff if you guys are even interested in that second public hearing. And then if there's any specific additions or issues with the current draft, you all note and would like changed. As noted at the beginning, we have some time, but we don't have a lot. Depending on when the county registrar kind of comes out, usually the elections code says that they need everything 88 days before the election. Depending on when that falls, sometimes they increase that, not by a lot, but I think the most I've seen it 5 or 6 days, maybe 7 or 10. So we don't expect that to be too dramatic. But I will say that second hearing must be 30 days after tonight. So, the very last day to set the public hearing at our regular scheduled meetings would be that second meeting in June. Thus, we only have the June meetings, provided you all do not want to set a special meeting for that second public hearing. City Attorney, if I forgot anything, or Mr. City Manager.
Council, I don't have much to add to that. I think the one thing I would note that Assistant City Attorney Donegan referenced in the beginning was just that the way this is drafted is that you reserved your charter power, and then we've called out the topics that we talked about in that February meeting. So we talked about parking enforcement in contracted services, public works contracting, and fines, and bond indebtedness. And right now, the way this is set up is that you reserve that power, and those are the specific topics that we're talking about. But under Pat gave a good example to when we talked about this the other day of like, if the law comes out and there's general law, 5 years from now, general law restrictions on the regulations of e-bikes. You could, as a council, so if as a charter city, you could have different regulations than what the state law, as under this draft charter, you would be allowed to regulate those e-bike rules different than what the state laws are without changing your charter. The alternative in a much more restrictive way, which, as Pat referenced, we found a city where they proposed this. I don't think the charter passed, but they proposed a charter where they said the only thing we're using our charter power for is documentary transfer tax, and otherwise if we're a general law city. So if you want a much more restricted charter, you could take that approach, which is we are only reserving our charter power for contracted services or parking services specifically, public works contracting, and citations, and otherwise we're going to be a general law city. So that is an option to you. As I mentioned, we've really only seen that in the form of a charter that didn't pass at the ballot box, but ultimately I think it is something we could do.
Correct. And I just want to correct one thing, and I'll take blame because Madam City Attorney asked me this question and I got it wrong about 25 minutes ago, but I researched it. So it's St. Helena, and they basically reserved taxing, assessments, and bond indebtedness. And then as that, they were very narrow, and then floated at the same time as their charter an increase in the documentary transfer tax. As I understand it, both failed. So if we do want to do that, there probably needs to be some discussion to flesh out of, is it that reservation of powers? Is it this big? Is it all taxing, assessments, and indebtedness? Or is it this big, as Madam City Attorney just said, you could easily say just for a documentary transfer tax? Either of those options is appropriate. Just wanted to correct my previous.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Questions to staff?
So like if we take the St. Helena example, let's assume that had passed and then they only had charter power for that one specific, a couple of powers that you listed out. So then the legislature goes and passes an e-bike piece of legislation that's not a matter of statewide concern, but that could allow potentially a city that's a charter to do a different form of regulation if it's a municipal affair. In the St. Helena example, they would go the way to implement that would be you go to the voters and you say, okay, there's this new e-bike law, and then here's this proposed charter amendment that reflects that. In the alternative model that gives power to us and future council members, you'd be able to adopt that, without going to the voters.
That's correct.
So, okay. So I'm just trying to get a accurate summary of it because, and I'm going to ask a question, but I'm just going to cite something that I brought up at the last meeting when we were doing the water deal with Fountain Valley and Newport. I had to listen to a whole Fountain Valley City Council meeting, and the item on the agenda was about becoming a charter city. And there was no really clearly articulated basis for why they wanted to become a charter city. But I guess in that example, the reason would be that would give the council the ability to implement future changes to the, not to the charter, but leveraging their charter powers because they're reserved to them.
Correct. So using the e-bike example or something else, I think the idea, and for many cities, this is true. This was true, I think, when the housing laws really started to come out in full force a decade ago, was that there was more charter power. It used to be that prevailing wage was within the city's charter. And so at the time, the ability to regulate that without, for the window of time before an election or whatever, had that value to those cities. So it's hard to predict exactly what that would be, but e-bikes was our example.
Yeah. And then, the two areas of focus that I want to discuss and kind of get my questions answered are, one are administrative citations. We hear a lot of public testimony and we experience it ourselves about just the need to deal with quality of life issues with drinking on the beach, littering, urination, things like that. So I was looking at Newport Beach, which is a charter city. We're a general law city. Their fines for that are all the same. But then they created, I think it's a recent set of regulations, a safety enhancement zone that applies, I think, during like 3 busy summer weekends. I think it's like 4th of July, Labor Day, and one other weekend, and then they triple the fines during that. And I think they have to do noticing and stuff. And I'm assuming that's because of the constitutional issues. So I guess my question is, are we able to do that as a general law city, create like a safety enhancement zone and apply tripling of fines during certain weekends of the year with adequate noticing and making public safety related findings? And I apologize, I didn't get a chance to bring this up because I was researching it up here.
That's a great question. I think Pat mentioned earlier that it's gray. And so maybe is my favorite legal answer. I think that if it's a misdemeanor, there's more flexibility under the law because the government code, and Pat has researched this extensively, so I actually should just have him answer the question. So why don't you go ahead and jump in, Pat?
And so I'm sure Madam City Attorney was going to get it 100% right. If it's an infraction, it's clear. There's a clear limit, clear limit, clear limit. There's some vague statutory language that talks about, hey, if this is a misdemeanor, then the criminal fine is set at a certain amount. And I believe the first violation, there's a few special ones with fireworks, short-term vacation rentals, but let's just talk in general, is around $1,000. However, it doesn't say if it's subject to administrative citation, that same limitation applies. I've been involved in a previous city, not this city, in some cases that kind of danced around it. There was at least, and once again, just trial court cases, so no court of appeal, nothing like that. Certain judges have taken a closer look at it than others. Some of them just say, no, hey, it's good. It's a valid law. If you wanted to challenge it, you had to challenge it months ago. And so once again, maybe I get is not the best answer. We try to use that sparingly. And so Councilmember Ranagi, I would say, if there was a strong appetite to, we would attempt to do that, and we would make the best legal arguments for why that's permissible. However, I can't sit here and guarantee that no matter what, a court would uphold that elevated fine. I think that we could always rely upon that, the base.
As a general law city or as a charter city? Or
As a
both?
general law city.
Okay.
No, a charter city, I'm
That's
very
pretty clear.
confident. As a
Okay.
charter city,
But where would be the line with fines? I mean, so what Alex and Newport's doing, what he's describing that Newport does, so if they really bump up the fines, they triple the fines or whatever, how much could we get away with? That's
So,
bottom line.
so that pivots to an excessive fines clause in the United States Constitution. Going back to those cases that I referenced earlier, that's exactly what the judge looked at. Oftentimes, they look at the severity of it, whether or not you need to pay the full amount in order to appeal it, so on and so forth. I would sit here thinking that, hey, on a very busy July 4th summer day where there's a demonstrated history, a fine of in excess of double or triple the normal fine amount would probably be fine. And this is just pure judgment, so Madam City Attorney, interrupt me if I'm wrong. You start getting north of 25,000, 30,000 for a single one, I would start having a little bit of concerns, but once again, that's a little bit arbitrary. And I don't know if this is getting too far afield, but this question's about Newport. We've actually been in contact with their kind of city prosecutors and kind of how they're doing that. And at least as I understand it, and maybe it's going to change, it can. They've had some actually more success with the criminal enforcement, not just the administrative citations. As I'm sure City Manager Kiff and our police department, you can issue those administrative citations, and sometimes people just crinkle them up and say, add it to my tab. And there's always a pretty big delta between how many administrative citations are issued and how many are paid. And so once again, I may have bad information, but I'm not necessarily sure that the city of Newport Beach is 100% reliant upon just those elevated fines as kind of the only,
So what you're saying is they're exercising is that their police powers? Is
Their
that the right
police
way of
criminal
looking
power
of the misdemeanor eligible crimes? And that's not necessarily with the safety enhancement thing that I'm describing, but with their broader enforcement efforts are related to
correct. And I must admit, this is somewhat anecdotal under the kind of the basic logic that if you are down on the beach, engaged in nefarious behavior like drinking, it's really a bummer to someone come up and give you an administrative citation. It's even worse to someone say, you're coming with me, and even if we're going to book you for 2 or 3 hours in jail and then release you, you're probably not going to go back down to the beach and resume said nefarious behavior.
Got it.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, I'll open this issue up for a public hearing. public comment, I should say. Any speakers on this?
All right, so this one obviously is pretty complicated because it's sort of like setting the groundwork and you don't really know how it's going to develop. My understanding is that it has to go out to the voters at least one time in order to establish the charter. I think that there's going to be a lot of concern in the community, or I think at least, you know, around the centralization of power with city council and not knowing what we don't know. And so there could be like a lot of hypotheticals going out. Well, you know, they want to do this and this, you know, whatever the worst case you could develop, right? They'll use that as a worst case. So if we want this to pass, I think that we need to be careful about how that power vests. And so I primarily have questions here tonight. And so one of my questions is, with the charter, will it be just a simple majority vote? So it sets the ground rules and you have control in these areas. But now to change the underlying law, is it just a majority, or is it a super majority, or is it unanimous? Like what is it? And certainly if it were, you know, I would think a super majority would be more prudent because you're changing the ground rules. And I don't know if we have control in order to change that. The other question I had was, and hopefully staff can educate me. And so if the charter passes, the council gets access to change certain areas later, but when the charter gets enacted, the law hasn't changed. So we just adopt all of the general law. This is what I understand anyway. And if not, if they could clarify. So we just adopt the general law. So nothing actually changes on day one, but it's the future actions of council and future councils that would actually change the law. And so those would be deliberated one by one. And, you know, if that's the case, you know, what I really want to know is what I envisioned was, here's the general law and here's the red line and here's how we're changing it. But that's not what it is. We get this sort of like general thing. And so we don't see what the actual changes are. So I'd be curious to understand when we actually know what those, you know, initial proposed changes would be. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Laura Parisi. The questions that I have are, well, I'm the city treasurer, but my questions are partially based on my experience as the legislative chair for California treasurers. I've done that for about 10 years now. And so I've worked with treasurers from both charter and general law cities, and just some questions. In our current articles of incorporation, it's really clear there's definition of officers, and the definition of officers includes a city treasurer and a city clerk. With that, the articles of incorporation, I use that in terms of a number of my roles, primarily the chief banker, but a lot of my duties come from the current status, or the current way the city's formed. So I'm wondering, how would that change under the guidelines we have? Because it seems real clear that there are no financial officers in this charter. Does it mean that under a city manager, is the city manager the financial officer? I just don't know. But then you look at it, then I was looking at it from the perspective of an officer of finance currently reports to the citizens, really, an elected person. Would the person still be elected? And if they are elected, are they still a financial officer? Just lots of questions. It would be nice if we go to charter, if it's spelled out, if you could spell out what the role of the finance officer is, what their duties are, how far removed from the public they're going to be. Are they elected, not elected? You know, the problems I've seen as the legislative chair for treasurers where it's not well defined and they start merging into taking away a treasurer's power who's elected, they run into trouble being able to perform their duties that are required by law. Because there are others that they're not getting the resources, or they're not getting the access to the public or the reporting or the council. So questions, and I would urge you to, if you move forward with this, define the role of the treasurer or finance officer of the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Schiffman, and my family has lived here since 2002. Based on my experience and concerns about how our city is being managed, I urge you to stop moving forward with becoming a charter city, because it carries serious risks for our community. First, this charter is intentionally open-ended. It gives broad power to future city councils without clearly defining how that power will be used. Residents are being asked to approve something today that cannot be changed tomorrow without voter approval. That is a loss of public control. Second, it shifts power away from residents. Under our current system, state law provides safeguards, but under a charter, the city can override those protections in areas called municipal affairs. And even your own report admits that the definition is not always clear. It can be decided case by case. That creates uncertainty and inconsistency in the city's decisions. We are told environmental protections remain under the CEQA, but many smaller residential projects are exempt. That makes local transparency even more important, not less. Third, changes to contracting reduce accountability. Moving away from state bidding rules increases the risk of favoritism and less transparent spending of a public fund. Fourth, this charter allows higher fines and expanded enforcement. Your report even notes that parking enforcement could be contracted out with incentives tied to ensuring more tickets. That risks turning enforcement into a revenue system, not a fair one. It will impact both residents and visitors. And I want to ask broader questions. Why our city raises fees to address budgets, deficits? Do we ever stop to ask how those deficits were created in the first place? Shall we be expending power before addressing accountability? Finally, even the financial benefits are uncertain. We're being asked to make a major change with no clear assurance of improvement. That is not good governance. That is a gamble. This is a gamble with our city's future, and the residents should not be the one taking the risk. I urge you to stop this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Mary Locatelli. I just really need some clarification on the process. What's the difference between a regular meeting and a public hearing? Because I was given to understand that at the meeting where this was discussed in February, that it was going to come back to the council with a draft, given, I think Alex said, the 3 Ps. We wanted procurement, penalties, and parking. So that's and I think there were several of you, myself, I would have voted the same way you did, wanted some information on costs. And that was what I thought we were going to get in a hearing. Now, is this being pushed forward because of timing or what? But we didn't have another meeting. We have this public hearing meeting and there's no discussion of costs. So I'm just kind of curious as to what is the difference between the two and why did we skip another general meeting and go right to public hearing, and what ramifications does that have? And secondly, I understand that we did I wasn't trying to imply that we didn't do proper notice. I'm sure that that was done. But where, what newspapers and what public places was it posted? Because we're going to do that again, and I'd like to know where I should be looking for this kind of thing. We have a newspaper here, a local one, and I usually read it every week, and I didn't see anything in there. So I'm not sure where it was posted, but it should be something that everybody is aware of rather than, because this agenda item didn't come out until late. So people, if they didn't see the notice and they didn't get the agenda item, it's maybe why we don't have a big crowd. So thank you.
Next speaker.
Deborah Lawton. I've been reading a couple books on charter versus general law, and it looks like, unless I'm not following this correctly, that the main purpose to a charter is that it gives more power to the city council and city staff to make decisions, sometimes without, yet you don't have to keep checking in over here. And the second thing is that you also lose some of the state protections for lawsuits, where these are state actions. And that means that's probably a very nice thing if you're a law firm. So I'm wondering, that sounds like a big financial bite for us on one hand and less power. For residents, since we just had this little breach, shall we say, where an action was taken that made a lot of us uncomfortable, and now you're asking us to suspend disbelief once again and go with the charter. And interesting timing. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening again, City Council members. I don't see where a charter city benefits the residents at all. This primarily benefits empowering government to do more with less public input. If you guys had done this a couple years ago, maybe join the city of Huntington Beach as a charter city to fight back against the draconian housing mandates from the state, and maybe if more of the cities actually did that as a combined force, maybe the Supreme Court would have accepted the appeal, but it did not, because it was one little city in all of California. Only 1% of all Supreme Court cases that are put up there for appeal actually get heard by the Supreme Court. But anyways, I'm against the city council or against the charter city, and there's a couple things that are really kind of concerning to me in the actual articles. In particular, I want to go to the bond indebtedness clause, because it seems to me that the language which says that including the power to levy and collect taxes to, I guess, fund the bond principal and interest, does that mean, is that a backdoor by which you can levy taxes or go after residents for additional taxes, whether it be city transfer taxes, county transfer taxes? I don't know. But it seems to me it's a really big opening, and I'd like to get some clarification on that. There's also a couple of versions in here that bothered me in the articles itself, one of which had to do with the general omnibus clause that basically says everything in this charter is going to be liberally construed in favor of the city. Again, I know what that clause means, and it means basically if there's any ambiguity or interpretation, it's going to be determined in favor of the city and not in favor of the residents. There's also another clause in here that concerns me, has to do with City Council, Section 4.01. Neither the council nor any of its members shall interfere with the execution by the city manager, the city manager's powers, blah, 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 basically saying that you can't touch anything city manager does. And I'm not sure if that's currently the case or if that is something that's new, that's added into the charter articles of incorporation. But that concerns me because you guys are supposed to control the city manager. The city manager runs the city, but you guys are supposed to have authority over him. So the fact that it seems like it's a hands-off approach, why is that clause in here? I don't understand it. My biggest concern is that it's a slippery slope. You're going to start with 3 items that you're going to put into your charter and reserve all your other general charters. And next thing you know, you're going to slip in a little real property transfer tax, right? Like a number of different cities have already done just recently. And the other fact that so many cities now are going towards charter cities lets me know this is not for the residents, it's not for the people, it's for the power of the city council. And I don't like power concentrated in my government. Thank you.
Next speaker.
One of the biggest problems that I feel the city council has been accused of is not listening. You hear us, but you don't listen. How many people tonight have spoken in support of charter cities? I don't think any. So, you know, I can understand where a city council would want more power, but the residents obviously are not interested in granting more power, especially in gray areas. 10 out of 38 cities in Orange County are charter cities. 28 are not. The same reasons that others have spoken tonight. Too many gray areas. I'm quite happy having the guardrails and the support of state-stated laws. It gives us a framework that we can all work with and we understand. But when we start giving more power that is in your hands to do with pretty much as you feel, as you see fit, that gets me very, very nervous. And to be honest with you, the track record's not real good. We're going on 3 years of deficit spending. So giving more power to do more financial wherewithal is rather disturbing, especially in face of spending $15.3 million on the promenade and on the residents, the artist residents. 8 million and 7.3. And knowing that you're in deficit spending shows me a lack of responsibility financially. The fact that we've got about 5 years where we haven't been collecting revenues on parking in a consistent fashion as we had at one time in 2021, the parking revenue was around very, very close. The parking violation revenue was very, very close to what we were taking in for sales taxes. And that's dropped precipitously. There hasn't been a great deal of clawback from day trippers. So that's concerning. There's been talk about loss of some state funds and some state funding and an increase in liability. So that's disturbing. Zoning is another issue. The claim tonight is that zoning would not be impacted. AI tells me otherwise. What's the truth? I don't know. But once again, there is just too much flexibility. Shut up. There's just too much flexibility.
Any other speakers on this item? None, I'll bring it back to council.
No, Minister.
Sure.
I mean, I appreciate all the comments tonight. I think that we were very specific when we brought this forward and with the goal of being transparent about what the reasons that we wanted to do this were, which was dealing with the parking enforcement where right now, and I know there's we can get into it. I don't think it's going to be necessary, but there was case law out of Los Angeles about whether you could have private parking enforcement. My understanding of that case was that what the court, why don't you describe it?
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilmember Unagi. What that case dealt with was the processing of parking tickets. What do I mean by that? If you get a parking ticket, you're entitled to certain due process. As I recall, there's kind of 3 different stages, culminating, of course, in filing a writ with the Superior Court of Orange County or LA County, wherever you are, and trying to get a judge to overturn it. In that case, what the city of Los Angeles did had a third party reviewing the initial review, i.e. appeal. Donegan gets a parking ticket. He says, hey, here's my credit card. I just fat fingered my license plate. I meant to type M. I accidentally typed N. Here's my $5. I paid for it. Okay, maybe you're going to get out of that. In that instance, there was no legislative action. What do I mean by that? In the charter, they did not say, hey, third party vendor, you're going to do our our parking ticket review and processing, nor did they adopt an ordinance. In that case, the city of LA argued because they approved the contract, that in and of itself was a legislative action. As I'm sure you are all aware, approving a contract is not one. The court did not buy that and said, no, that's not permissible. But to reiterate, that had nothing to do with the issuance, i.e. I have a third-party vendor, knowing the parking rules, placing a ticket on someone's car. It dealt with kind of the initial review of the appeal and processing. Councilmember Unagi.
So basically, from a general law versus charter perspective for parking enforcement, we have an attorney general opinion that says that general law cities can't do outsourced parking enforcement.
That is correct.
There's a case that's related to a charter city, but not really related to the question of the charter function, but more of how they were dealing with the due process of it.
Correct. And if you read that case, in my humble opinion, the
Okay.
court indicates that if the city simply would have adopted an ordinance or put it in their charter,
That
would have been good.
Okay. And then, but then I guess the real question becomes, what would we, let's say that the voters were to approve it, because, the only thing that I've said from the beginning that I would support would be where we don't reserve any where we stay basically the general law city and specifically call out 3 powers, the 3 Ps as Mary quoted me of saying. So, in that scenario, Dave, do we have any idea, this goes, I think Mayor Pro Tem brought this up at the meeting, do we have an idea of like what the financial benefits could be? Because to Jerome's point about the lack of parking enforcement, do we have any idea about what that could look like on, in the first year if we were to do this?
No, and I wish we did, but we would, this would involve a detailed bidding process with a private firm and and remember the private firms that do this, they propose a cost sharing agreement. They say, hey, we'll take 10% or 12% or 15% of all the citation revenue, and then the city gets the rest. So when I look at what we're doing, I think we could double or triple. But as one person spoke, that will affect residents too, but it'll mostly affect visitors. We could double or triple our enforcement. So we can do the math on that, but you need to know how much is drawn out for the contract.
So we don't really have an idea. We don't know for a fact that we would have this big financial windfall from that, even setting aside the issues associated with more residents we don't know that would lead to more revenue and more. We know it would lead to more enforcement. We don't need to know that it would lead to more revenues, net revenue.
Well, my only experience is working in Newport, and it was a significant game change in the efficiency and effectiveness of how we collected the fines and issued the tickets with the private company. It also just made for I know, quick sidebar. To me, this is important enough to become a charter city because we are so complex in terms of our parking, whether it's the app or the monitoring of where you can park at any one time or enforcement or collection, that having one entity do that instead of the way we do it, which is a bit haphazard. And I don't say that pejoratively, I know it sounds pejorative, but you could, that tying all those things together makes for a much more efficient process. And in Newport, it significantly increased the parking revenue and just the effectiveness of it was customer service too. The ease of being able to use the pay station and the app and all those things that we now contract with one firm to do this and another to do that. It just seemed just to make so much more better sense.
Dave, I know we have some disparate systems that we have to work with too, but if we just tried to use technology for parking enforcement, and if we had proliferated our pay stations and got rid of our meters, would the software that the police department have be able to handle that more?
It could. So,
readily?
and that's definitely another pathway. What I look to, and I appreciate some of this audience are good about criticizing us for our staffing levels. This is a way of reducing some of our staffing levels, hopefully through attrition. But yeah, we could keep with our internal process and make that more efficient and effective too. So I won't be heading off a cliff if you guys say, we don't want to put a charter on the ballot.
Well, because wouldn't the first step be to have the parking enforcement and the parking division of like payments via the app and all that, like putting all that in one place? Isn't that kind of the first step to doing this?
That would be an ideal first step
Right.
if we found a great technology that did all that. And they're out there.
And then I guess, so then I mean, I don't know, it's less, I think if the parking enforcement, it sounds like there would be an opportunity, but it's unclear what the benefits are. The penalties and misdemeanors or the penalties part, it sounds like from Newport's example that potentially we could look at the misdemeanor side of trying to charge eligible crimes for misdemeanor, like drinking on the beach. And that might be a better way of addressing the goal of fines.
Correct, very much so. And if, once again, I'm not trying to put my finger on the scale at all here. If we were to go down the route of the charter city, I mean, in a perfect world with those huge fines, we would receive zero, right? People would be so scared, or there'd be an initial influx
Deterrent.
of a ton of fines. But that's, at least it's always been my position that the cities, for the administrative fines, we don't view that as a revenue generator. We view that as a compliance generator.
Correct.
We don't want to be draconian. We're not in the business of trying to take residents or guests
100%.
money. We want them to say, the penalty is so stiff, I'm not going to drink at Laguna Beach, or I'm not going to do X, Y, and Z at the park. But I guess I can't say for certain. I'll defer to Madam City Attorney if she feels otherwise.
I would just add to that sort of a slight pivot, which is given the comments we get about activity on the beach and enforcement, we've been working with PD on our municipal prosecution front. And so to Pat's prior comment, we've been talking to other jurisdictions about how they're enforcing, and it may be more effective on the criminal front to start booking people on the beach. And that's irrespective of the charter. Like Pat, I don't want to put my finger on the scale as to what, but I do think that from an enforcement perspective, there are
That's
other
gonna be
things
more
to look
effective
at.
than
Yeah.
a fine, and the fines again are regulated by the United States Constitution. So it's not like that. That's not a revenue generator. It's a deterrent. The goal is deterrence, and a better deterrent would be the prospect of a misdemeanor, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And then we haven't really heard anything about how the procurement systems could be benefited. So again, I don't think this was ever intended to be a power grab. I could see how it could be construed that way, because the idea is that you reserve how it's not just the powers that were listed. I guess the only way I would support it would be the St. Helena approach, focused on those 3 specific items. But I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze here in terms of what the benefits would be. Interested to hear what my colleagues think. That's just my initial reaction to all this. It kind of aligns with, as I've been thinking about, the cost benefit analysis. Because again, I have no interest in ever creating a system that would give us more power, or give future councils more power. That just, I think I have no interest in that, and I don't want there to be a perception of that or potentially a reality of that.
I really agree with that. I don't think that was ever my interest in thinking about becoming a charter. It certainly wasn't so that this council could have more power or future councils. I am interested in what the community as a whole, where we as a community can have more local control rather than relying on statewide legislation or state rules. But to your point, Alex, I'm going to duplicate your statement. I'm not sure that the juice is worth the squeeze. I think if it is a big boon for the city financially, sustainably, long term, I think it's worth looking at. But it sounds like we might be able to get the same financial benefit with some of these other in-house changes without going down the road of being a charter city.
The other thing is, it's going to be hard to explain to the public. It's just hard to explain, even if we're going for, a very narrow charter, it's still going to be, hard to explain. And it's going to be subject to people putting out bad information or their particular slant or whatever, which just muddies the water, and it's hard to, on these kind of meaty, even though we'd have a slimmed down charter, but it's a meaty topic. And it's just confusing to people. They don't have the time to look into this stuff.
And I also, I understand the time pressure, but this is such a big decision that I would feel more comfortable if I felt like we had more time as a community to really talk about it and weigh it. And I know we don't, just the way that the election cycle works. We don't have the ability to do that, but I would feel more comfortable if we did.
Bob? Yeah, I think I'm of the same mind, because we haven't really articulated, as Alex said, the procurement benefits. If those were really tangible and you could translate them into cost savings, that's one thing to look at. And the parking, the parking enforcement revenues have gone up and down over the years, depending on really how active we are. In fact, there was one council before me, but there was one council that gave instructions to sort of back off because the residents didn't like how many tickets were being given out. And I think it dropped like $500,000 the next year. But, so I've never been, the the champion for this, and I just don't, I don't see it as having enough, articulable benefits to the city to proceed at this time. So I think we just try to develop the other strategies to achieve some of the results we're looking for, particularly in enforcement and the parking.
I would agree. The part that originally I thought that this was worth pursuing and having a conversation, and I will remind everybody that this is all about having a conversation. That's why we bring these things. This is our chance. We never get to talk together beside this. And I wanted to learn about, if there was any opportunities with enforcement, parking and what we could do to better control some of the impacts of tourism. That's why I thought it was worth exploring. So here we are exploring it. And I guess I get a little bit disappointed when I hear all these nefarious accusations thrown at us, but I'll get over it. But again, this is a chance for us to have a discussion. And we've had it, and it looks like there's not support for it at this point. So I think that's the end of it.
One less thing we have to work on.
I really
I don't think you'll see
appreciate-
any of us complain.
I really appreciate city staff's work on this, though. I know that this has been hours and hours and hours of work, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I do think it was worth, I think the analysis is worth it. I think we should always be looking at how can we, the trade-offs involved in doing things better. I think that's one of our roles as council members, and I think here it just didn't make sense. So appreciate everyone's input.
Thank you. No vote. Now we will move to Appeal B. We've already dealt with Appeal A.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Appeal B is an appeal of an administrative decision regarding a hedge height claim for vegetation located at the property at 511 Brooks Street. And I will be presenting this appeal on behalf of the project manager this evening. Shown on the screen here is an aerial view of the project. The hedge at issue is a Eugenia hedge located at the southwest corner of 511 Brooks Street. The claimant's property is outlined in yellow, and they do enjoy ocean views over and across the vegetation owner's property. And I'll also point out that the hedge at issue is located within a side yard setback, which is a requirement of the hedge height claim process. Presented here is a before and after view of the vegetation. The claimant filed their claim to restore the ocean horizon views from the rear of their property, which you can see in the before picture on the left. Following site visits by staff and the hearing officer, an administrative public hearing was held on January 21st. The claim was approved and the city received a timely appeal of that decision on February 4th, which brings us to tonight's hearing to consider the merits of the appeal. What did the hearing officer find at the administrative hearing? Well, the hearing officer found that the claim was eligible, the vegetation constituted a hedge, and the hedge obstructed an ocean view. The hearing officer made the finding that the non-conforming vegetation was subject to corrective action, approving the claim and requiring an initial trimming to a 10-foot height, which would thereafter be maintained at a height between 10 and 11 feet to eliminate the obstruction to the ocean view. The appeal makes 4 contentions, which staff will briefly summarize alongside the staff responses to those contentions. The first contention is that the administrative decision failed to identify a specific qualifying view and that the protection of a generalized panoramic ocean horizon view was inconsistent with code and relied on prospective future views. Staff disagrees. There was clear photographic evidence submitted into the record to demonstrate the extent of the view impact, which staff corroborated through site visits. The hearing officer's findings were consistent with code requirements. The vegetation was found to meet the definition of a hedge. The hedge was determined to be in a side yard, and a view obstruction was confirmed. The hedge was also found to independently contribute to the obstruction, even though other elements coexist in the same view corridor. The hearing officer found that views would be restored with a trimming of the hedge as conditioned. The claim was also correctly evaluated based on the site conditions that existed at the time of the claim. Here, the requested relief by the claimant involves a view of the ocean horizon, which is appropriately addressed through the hedge height claim process. And it is not panoramic in that it is a view in a single direction and that one that is nearly entirely eliminated from the rear yard by the hedge. Staff believes that the decision is supported by the evidence and supported by the code requirements governing this application process. To summarize the second contention, the appellant contends that the decision is not based on the code required evidence. Staff disagrees. The submittal included all required documentation. Photos range from 2022 to 2025, which shows a progressive loss of ocean view over that time. While the appellant contends that the record was deficient in that it did not include baseline information from the time of property acquisition, this is not a requirement of the code. The hearing officer was not required to isolate the hedge as the sole source of obstruction, but the record did make clear that the hedge independently contributes to the obstruction. In sum, the record shows that the hearing officer properly applied the evidentiary requirements and the decision was supported by substantial evidence. The third contention is that the findings are not met in that the decision does not analyze the relative impact on the view caused by the hedge. Staff disagrees. The code requires a determination that the hedge obstruct a view. It does not require that that the city isolate the hedge as the sole source of obstruction or quantify the relative contribution of all elements in that same view corridor. Photos taken between 2022 and 2025 document how the hedge grew up and into the view of the ocean horizon. As the hedge grew, staff observed a corresponding impact on the ocean horizon view. The photos also reflect consideration of other potential obstructions. We see, for example, the ADU referenced by the appellant. While the ADU obstructs a portion of the blue water view, the same photographic evidence demonstrates that the hedge independently obstructs the ocean horizon. The decision also reflects due consideration for how existing structures encroach on the ocean view. The reason why the hedge was conditioned to a max height of 11 feet is that a lower height would not yield additional view restoration. This demonstrates that the claim was evaluated to consider the hedge's specific impact. The fourth and final appeal contention is that the decision failed to balance the corrective action to restore a view with competing interests regarding the recognized benefits of hedges. Staff disagrees. While the code requires consideration of these competing interests, the code does not preclude a finding of view obstruction or the imposition of a remedy. As indicated in the record, the hearing officer conducted site visits to both properties. Hedges within side yards are generally limited to a 6-foot height. Here, the hedge was measured to exceed 13 feet. While hedges may exceed this height absent a claim, they become subject to review when a claim is filed. The appeal does not dispute that the vegetation meets the definition of a hedge that is subject to this process. Consistent with the code requirements, the hearing officer considered both the benefits of hedges which include privacy, aesthetics, and environmental value, and the impact on the view. That balancing is reflected in the decision, which does not require that the hedge be reduced to a 6-foot fence height, which the code does say is within the hearing officer's authority, nor did the officer grant a reduced height of 7 to 8 feet as requested by the claimant. Instead, the officer established an 11-foot maximum height, which does balance the view restoration with the owner's interest in the hedge. As indicated in the staff report this evening, the council has numerous options available to it in its review of this matter. The council could adopt a resolution upholding the designee's approval and finding that the claim is exempt from CEQA under a Class 4 categorical exemption. The council could also adopt that same resolution, but also impose more restrictive conditions of approval. The council could also direct that staff return at a future meeting with a resolution overturning the designee's decision, and could also direct staff to return at a future meeting with a resolution remanding the matter to the designee with further direction. If the council adopts the resolution attached to your report this evening, you would also adopt a categorical exemption from CEQA under the Class 4 exemption for minor alterations to land. And alternatively, if the council chooses to overturn the decision and deny the claim, then the council could find that the action is not subject to CEQA for a project that the public agency rejects or disapproves. I would be happy to walk the council through the standard of review for this matter, but in short, this is a de novo hearing this evening. And the designee's determination is presumed reasonable and not an abuse of discretion, which is defined on the screen. Staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the draft resolution presented in the report this evening, sustaining the designee's approval, denying the appeal, and finding the project exempt from CEQA. That will conclude staff presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open it up for questions, can I ask if there's any ex parte communications of any council members?
I didn't get a chance to do a site visit, and I apologized. I think that the appellant reached out, and I apologize. I didn't get a chance to get back to them, but I had a brief phone call with Amy Calver. We didn't get into any of the substantive issues.
Any others?
I visited both the appellant's property and the applicant's property, both parties.
Okay. Sue, anybody else?
Yeah, I met with both parties today.
Okay. I also did not make it out to the properties, but I did have a brief conversation apologizing for not making out with Amy Calvert. So with that said, are there questions from council of staff?
I just have one quick question. And this is just I'm educating myself on our hedge height claims and regulations. It's different than like a view restoration in that when you buy a home, the height of a hedge you're not subject to keeping that hedge at the same limit, right? There are hedge height limits in the side yards that are existent no matter what the height of that hedge was when you bought the home. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem. The regulations are quite distinct from one another. With a hedge height claim, although exceeding the 6-foot fence height limit in a side yard is technically a non-conforming hedge, no corrective action is required unless the city receives and processes a hedge height claim and the city decides to compel corrective action to reduce the height.
Thank you.
Any other questions? None? Okay, well, I will open public testimony and allow the appellant presentation 5 minutes.
First picture, please. Thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Leek Hoskins,
and I reside at 511 Brook Street. I have lived in my home for 50 years. There are the 3 Eugenias, which are being contested by my neighbors, the Calverts at 527 Brook Street. Our trees, hedge, are at least 33 years old. In 1999, 2000, I added a permitted half-story to my home, and Eugenias have been maintained to deck railing height for 27 years. Next. 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 On February 4th, 2022, there was a misunderstanding between my gardener and I, with disastrous result. As you can see, there was nothing left but 3 stumps. That the Eugenia survived is a miracle, but they slowly grew back. Next. This picture was taken October 4th, 2025. Behind the 2 Eugenias to the left is the ADU roof line next door to us, and it is also an obstruction to the Calverts. That would be tree number 1 and 2 from the left. Behind us is a 2-story windowed ADU. The Eugenias provide privacy for our patio and garden from this rental. At present, the Calverts are building a 2-story ADU. Attached is a back porch under construction. The Calverts are claiming to have an ocean view from said porch were it not for our tree/hedge. We disagree with their assessment. The Calverts' actual view from their porch is facing due south toward their neighbors' trees and bushes. Next. These 2 before and after pictures illustrate the reason we disagree with the Calverts' assessment that they would have an ocean view were it not for our trees and hedge. Of note, the before picture was taken prior to the building of the ADUs 2 doors down from the Calverts. The camera is well above their 6-foot fence. A ladder, selfie stick, or some aid likely was needed to be used to accomplish this view. The after now picture was angled barely above the 6-foot fence. This is the roof line of the ADU behind Eugenias 1 and 2, built before the Calverts construction even began. Those 2 images differ to such an extent that aid was likely needed to accomplish the viewing angles, which do not naturally exist from the Calverts' backyard. Neither picture is dated. It is obvious that the perspective and height source have shifted greatly between these 2 images. Because if you look to the after now picture, on the right-hand side is my residence. On the top picture before, part of my house is no longer there. In the before picture, my fence is visible. In the after now picture, it's no longer there. In the background is a tall pine tree, and it has no top. In the after now picture, it does have a top. Next. This picture was taken by the Calverts on July 12th, 2022, more than 3 years prior to the start of their construction. The Calverts had 2 jacaranda trees in their backyard. This image clearly shows that the picture was taken from a great height. On the left-hand side of the picture are the jacaranda flowers, the branches, and the leaves. In the middle of the picture should be a massive orange tree, which is ours, and it's nowhere to be found. The rooftop to the left is the seventh house down. The address is 440 Crest Street. I don't recognize the vegetation either. Next, and pause.
Thank you. Do we have any persons in support of the appeal?
Good evening. My name is Ernest DeWardy. I have been coming to League's home at 511 Brook Street for 46 years, mostly as a weekend guest. I have always known her to be extremely mindful concerning the design and implementation of her garden. Unfortunately, I cannot feel the same way about the motivation behind this claim. I believe that this picture presented by the Calverts was taken with some creative aid, selfie stick, ladder, or perhaps a different type of lens, because the top of League's fence is visible, yet the Calvert's fence is not visible, nor is the 44 feet of space in between the two fences. Could we see the last image? Thank you. The material and photos that the Calverts have presented are not realistic and do not depict true views. The Calverts' claim seeks to describe a view corridor from unrealistic vantage points that do not exist. Therefore, I would like to see the hedge height claim against League overturned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? None? Okay, we will allow 5 minutes for the applicant presentation.
Hi. I'll let her pass that out. So a few things I'd like to address are, I'll start with a few of these comments. So a couple things, I'll start with the fact that we did everything we could on our property to be mindful of our neighbors. We have been actually friends with them up until our hearing at design review. The intention of my photos and then all of the photos that I've submitted that you guys have now a copy of was not, I was not standing in the same place in my yard every time I took a picture. I mean, I would go in the backyard. Our yard before our approval just had a brick pathway around a jacaranda tree. So we didn't get to enjoy the yard, which is why we went through design review to make our yard usable. I would go out there and look and see the view and take a couple photos, but they were here and there. They weren't in the same place every time. So looking at tree heights or where the house was, it's irrelevant. We had a view. It was verified by photos. All of my photos that I provided were dated. And it was also verified by John Chiavata. I don't know if I'm saying that right. He came out during the process while we still had a view, and he saw from standing on the patio. We didn't use a selfie stick. We didn't need one. We didn't need a ladder. We had a view. And because we got approved through design review, I started realizing, wait a second, these hedges are creeping taller and taller. From the time I gave you my first photo up until design review hearing, those hedges were cut and we had a view. She was a nice neighbor. And then we get to design review. She didn't like our plan. She didn't like what we were doing. And because we won at our hearing, if you notice the dates, all my photos are dated. And if you notice, they just progressively get worse and worse. And now our view is completely annihilated. So we went through this process so that we could use our yard. And I'm trusting that you guys will adhere to the rules. The rules are the rules. There is a 6-foot height restriction when there is a view being obstructed. I was generous and said I was okay with the 10 feet. I was not happy about it. I would prefer that it was back down to where it was before, which was roughly around 7 to 8. But the committee or the people said 10. I was okay with 10. I was trying to be nice. Obviously, it's not reciprocated here. So I would like to ask that you guys go back to either the 6 foot or to 7 to 8 feet, which would be fair. That would give us back our view that we had and would like to enjoy. So let me make sure in my notes. Oh, a couple little things. She commented on the neighbor 2 doors over that that's a rental. That is a complete lie. That is a young couple bought the house that the ADU, that's actually their bedroom. And that is a complete lie. She's friends with them. They're a young couple, just bought it, having a first baby. So I don't know where that came from or why that would be important. We don't have a 2-story ADU. We have a single-story ADU. We have a 2-story house, but we have a single-story ADU that we're building, actually. It's not complete. She commented on her massive orange tree, which is something that a year ago or a year and a half ago when I applied for this was still a normal-sized tree. Not only is she growing the hedges to 13 to 14 feet, but she's also grown the orange tree to a massive size. She even just said it's massive. It is massive. I don't know if there's anything to do with that, but that doesn't seem right to me either. This whole thing doesn't seem right. And I just ask that you guys help us hold the rules and abide by them. I think that's it.
Thank you. Any speakers in opposition to the appeal?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Orgel. I'm Larry Noakes, and I'm working with Jeff and Amy Calvert, the owners of 527 Brook Street. The presumption favors sustaining the approval authority's determination here, and it's up to the appellant to overcome that presumption. The facts are not in dispute. There is a hedge that grows in the side yard on the side of the appellant's property away from the Calverts, and it blocks an ocean view. That was the determination of the approval authority. That has been the observation of the Calverts, and that's why the Calverts resorted to this ordinance to help them regain their ocean view. The approval authority's remedy was very generous. In fact, I was surprised that there was an appeal from this determination because I think the Calverts were asking for 7 or 8 feet to maintain their view, and the approval authority determined that it was 10 not to exceed 11 before code enforcement got called. When we started the process, the hedge was over almost 14 feet high. That's twice the allowed limit. And now it's nearly doubled the code permitted limit. The 4 grounds of appeal each fail. The ocean horizon is expressly a protected view under 12-14-030. The photographic evidence spans 4 years, February 2022 to January 2026, and was confirmed by the city's own contracted planner and by the hearing officer. The code does not require the hedge to be the only obstruction, only that it obstruct a view, which it clearly does. And the 11-foot remedy itself demonstrates that the ADU roofline control was considered and accounted for in the analysis. So due deliberation took place. The Calverts ask only that they be able to see the ocean from their property, a right that the ordinance exists to protect. The approval authority got this right. We respectfully urge the council to deny the appeal and to adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition of the appeal? None? The appellant has 2 minutes as a rebuttal.
Good evening, City Council. Brian Zutel, attorney on behalf of Ms. Hoskins. Want to just focus the council's attention on some of the key language in the view ordinance itself. In particular, the ordinance says that its purpose is particularly when such vegetation is not properly maintained. You heard today about the meticulous care that Ms. Hoskins takes of her hedge, and it is particularly properly maintained by her. The ordinance also states that it does not protect an unobstructed panorama of the features. That's 12.14.0.030. Oh, I'm sorry. There is not, the claimant is seeking an unobstructed panorama of these views, and that is not protected by this ordinance. As well, the presenter from staff did mention the de novo review. I wanted to focus the council's attention on that. The council is reviewing this de novo anew and is exercising its independent judgment and discretion as to the evidence presented at the hearing here. So I would encourage the city council to exercise its independent judgment, its discretion, and to conduct this de novo view. These trees have been in this location for many decades, but unfortunately, new neighbors have moved in, and Ms. Hoskins' view are building a home next door, and they want my client to change her decades-long landscaping here. This is really a problem in a way with the ordinance, some of the vagueness of it or the lack of focus on a specific date within the ordinance. The Calverts had a perfectly good ocean view from the front of their property before they tore that down and began this construction project. I'll also note that the hearing officer particularly focused on the ADU, which was there in assigning a specific height to it. The 10 to 11 came from that ADU, which obstructed that view, not the hedge. So I would encourage the council to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any response to either party?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and I'll keep my staff response brief. I'll read a quote from the hedge height claim ordinance, which was cited by the vegetation owner's representative. The planting of vegetation that forms hedges that are located in front, side, and/or rear yards, and their subsequent growth, particularly when such vegetation is not properly maintained, can produce unintended harmful effects. Now, the way city staff would interpret that is this ordinance ultimate goal is to balance the benefits of hedges with the specific impacts that are indicated in this ordinance, which is impacts to neighboring properties' views or sunlight, or when there is a demonstrated safety concern. And so I would draw that link between maintenance and those specific matters that are under your consideration. And I think here, the director's designee at the administrative hearing considered the maintenance and the height of that vegetation at the time of the hearing, and found that the vegetation wasn't being properly maintained and there was a demonstrated ocean view impact. That view impact is an ocean horizon view as explained in the agenda report this evening. Staff doesn't interpret that as a panoramic view. It's really a single directional view. Panoramic isn't a defined term in this ordinance, but common usage, typically we would consider that more of a 100 wide lens view of a vista or a multi-component vista. And that'll conclude the staff response, and I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Are there any questions of staff from council? None? So a quick question. So thank you for repeating and clarifying part of that ordinance, but if I just try to clarify it and compare it to a side yard fence, 6 feet, so regardless of the view impact, isn't 6 feet the 6 feet? Or is it?
Hedges happen to be an exception to the rule in our municipal code.
Okay, so there's some fuzzy language in there having to do with the impact.
Correct. If the vegetation owner happened to have a design review approved landscape plan with maximum heights identified for that hedge, they would be subject to that height. In this case, no such heights were identified on a DR approved landscape plan. And so what the code says is that you can actually maintain a non-conforming hedge. And through this process before you this evening, an impacted neighbor could seek that impact be cured through this process. And council, you have the authority to require that the hedge be brought down to that 6-foot maximum fence height, or you could allow for something taller.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions out of staff? None. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation. Any other questions? Any other comments? Anybody? Hello?
One thing, when I visited the appellant's site, it wasn't, I know it's 10, I guess the order was 10 feet, not to exceed 11 feet, presumably from the ground. But, I said, well, is there a marking or a clear demarcation of where that would be? And there wasn't. And I'm not faulting the appellant for that. It's just, there wasn't a ribbon or something that said, this is the 10 feet limit. So it was, I think, so I'll back up and I'll come back to that in a minute. I mean, I think, I don't see any abuse of discretion on the part of the hearing officer. I mean, there clearly was some ocean view there before. It's no longer there. I think the hearing officer kind of did his best to balance the interests and set it at 10, not to exceed 11. But I think that, and I don't know if this is something we could have the city staff do. I don't know if there's a way to more clearly mark what the limit is, because what we tend to see on these things that we eventually either approve or modify, whatever we do, is it's hard for people to understand exactly where the limit is, and then they get into disputes about whether it's time to trim back or not trim back. So I don't know if staff has any thoughts on that, like measuring it against the deck height of the neighbor, or one of the railing heights or something. But anyway, I didn't find abuse of discretion on the part of the hearing officer, so I'm inclined to deny the appeal.
We seem to have had that discussion not long ago when we talked about where to measure it from. I think that I can't remember, what did we come up with? Does anybody remember? It seemed like it was just
we had a specific appeal, and I think it was agreed that they were going to use a discrete rod.
Yeah,
that was
copper rod.
and it would be a benchmark, and that was applied to that one unique case. We do have in our ever-growing advanced planning work log a view restoration update, and that was one of the items we noted that we were going to try to codify as something to use as a tool on a move forward basis.
Well, maybe then at least a more minimal approach would be, because it's hard to know what height they're at now. So perhaps staff should go out and demark the 10-foot limit with a string or something that needs to be brought down to that, at least as a starting point, right? So that we know the order is being complied with.
I agree with Bob. I think, we're in a de novo capacity here, looking at whether there was an abuse of discretion. And as I review the code and then review the evidence from the hearing, and I think staff did a good job analyzing this, I don't see any abuse of discretion. And so I would vote to deny the appeal.
Okay. Any comments, Hallie?
No, I'm inclined to agree with my fellow council members.
Do we have a motion?
I would move to deny the appeal and adopt the resolution as included in our agenda packet.
Do we want to direct staff to do anything to establish the initial height?
Well, does staff have that ability with code enforcement to do that? Like, is that something that we need to authorize, or is that just kind of, they have to follow the 10-foot foot rule. And so then the question is how they do it. And that's kind of for staff to figure out, or should we authorize that as part of this?
I think from a practical, I think you could give direction to staff to, I think from a practical perspective, from enforcement, the benchmark helps to know so that you're
Okay.
not constantly calling out code enforcement.
Totally.
But I think you could give staff the authority to determine what that is at that level, so you don't have to.
If that makes it easier, whatever. Yeah. Then I would add that to the resolution that directs staff to create a benchmark.
One thing of my concern is, so if you say the height is 10 feet and someone cuts it to 10 feet, pretty soon it's not going to be 10 feet, it's going to be 11 feet. So you just continually, I mean, should we make it a little bit lower so that, you know, when it, because it's going to, you know, this is going to be a constant trimming. I don't know how fast that hedge grows, but I don't know, that'd be my recommendation.
Well,
Maybe
and
it's
the
an
hearing
input.
officer said 10 not to exceed 11. So, I mean, I think we
Okay.
should just rely on the record, but
Okay.
make sure it starts at the 10. So anyway, Alex made the motion. I'll second that.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved. Would you say, Sue? That's it.
10:15.
Do we have any council member items? Any requests, anything? Any,
Adjourning in Roger's memory?
we are
Yeah.
going to adjourn in Roger Kempler's memory. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr.
Yeah, and it'll be good to have that resolution that we present, or that you present.
Meeting adjourned.